Testing, testing.
We were on a call.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah,
I recognized it.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
could take their seats, we want to try and get off on our journey today. So actually, let me have the people that are on the first panel just come on right up now and take their seats, and that way we can ship right into it.
No, that's you. That's me. That's good. This is Laura. That's Frederick. Is that you?
Oh, good. Yes, thank you.
We know who we are.
Okay, welcome to the Maryland Public Service Commission's Maryland Resource Adequacy Technical Conference. We have asked a wide variety of folks to come before us to talk to us about the subject of how to maintain safe, reliable, and affordable electricity within the state of Maryland. There has been a lot of discussion about this topic at various levels. Just the other week, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission had their version of a resource adequacy technical conference. And I know that the states to the north of us, Pennsylvania, and to the south of us, Virginia, are also engaging in a similar process. And so we're looking for advice, suggestions, and proposals from all the various stakeholders as to how to tackle this issue as we're going forward. Let me give credit, though, where credit is due. This idea generated from a suggestion from Commissioner Richard that we put together this type of technical conference, and working with Maura Shreem, one of our commission advisors, and Sophie McDonald, who we've gotten courtesy of the Department of Energy, put together the list of presenters and organized this whole effort. So I want to thank them for their hard work in this. And with that, I will open it to opening remarks for any of the commissioners. Let me start with Commissioner Richard.
Oh, well, thank you, Chair Hoover. I really appreciate that recognition. I think I welcome it. But I also wanted to recognize really the staff. A lot of work went into it, and I know that they actively worked with the panelists and talked about their topics and just how what we wanted to cover today. This is really meant to be a convening of really regulators, policymakers, electric system operators, and experts, and really the public interest organizations. We're really interested in hearing your thoughts today and really getting some recommendations. This is intended to be action-oriented, and also it's timed so that it's before the legislative session. So if we have any, if there are ideas, that this can inform some good policy on energy when we get to the legislative session. The chair did a good job, really, I think, laying out the urgency of the topic. We are seeing skyrocketing energy rates, and what's most alarming about this is really the impact on low-income citizens and the fact that this essential commodity may not be affordable at a time when we're trying to transition to electrification and just as we get into the energy season, the winter season. I guess what I'm concerned about is what we're currently doing is not working. The current system is not bringing online nor retaining energy resources, and more concerning, we're not seeing transmission planning to support the transition to clean energy resources, which really are much in demand, not only in just Maryland, but in other parts of the PJM footprint. As a restructured state, it has really long been our expectation that PJM's process of markets and compliance with important FERC orders such as Order 1000 would deliver a well-functioning and affordable energy market that supports Maryland clean energy policies. We are now fully realizing, that Marylanders, we need to be an active partner and actively engage with PJM in how our energy is generated and how it is delivered in our state. So today I'm really looking forward to hearing from our panelists, one, to discuss near-term actions we might take that can address resource adequacy and hopefully lower electric rates, and two, set a foundation for holistic system planning that enables the clean energy transition. So again, I really appreciate the panelists being here today, and we're looking forward to hear what your recommendations are. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, it's great to see my friends from the legislature, Paul and Malcolm, and of course Lorig, and it's great to see the turnout here. I agree, of course, with everything that Commissioner Richards said, but I also think it's important for us in this new reality to realize that we are going to have to make decisions that we aren't always comfortable with. I remember when I first got this job, I was talking to the previous chairman, and he explained it this way. I mean, if you want to have an omelet, you've got to break some eggshells, and that means we are going to have to do things, whether it is in new ways of planning, whether it is in new mechanisms for generating electricity and transmitting electricity. We're going to have to do things that we're not comfortable with, because if, as I like to tell people, most people have heard the term food desert. Well, Maryland is an energy desert, and we are very soon to become a state that will import a gigantic proportion of our electricity, in particular, for our usage. And so I'm looking forward to this entire beginning of a process. And I think, though, it's very important for us all to keep in the back of our mind the fact that this is very much a problem of supply and demand. Maryland isn't unique. This is a problem that has been highlighted at national conferences that I've attended, but we certainly have an opportunity to bring all the voices into this room and to begin to do things differently and smarter than we have in the past. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, wonderful to see my friends from the legislature and all the rest of you, and I look forward to the entire conversation.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I go last before our panel begins, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from the various panelists today. I've been in the energy industry my entire work life, and when all of the states went through restructuring, the assumption was that the markets would work, that the markets would bring newer technologies, cheaper technologies, and I think for the most part the markets have worked, but the markets aren't perfect, and the markets don't relieve the Commission of our responsibility to make sure that there is affordable and available energy for ratepayers. And so I think the challenge is recognizing that the market is a wholesale market, and we don't have a lot of responsibility or authority in that area. Where does our responsibilities lay? Where is our authority in the areas where we need to be able to step in and ensure that our ratepayers have affordable and available energy? And so I that's my sort of my interest going forward throughout the day is identifying, sort of recognizing that markets aren't perfect, and there are moments where it's important for us to step in. Where can we step in, and where we should step in? And so I'm hoping to hear ideas. No idea is a bad one unless it doesn't work. So I'm encouraging folks to think outside the box, but also understand that we have not abandoned our responsibility here. And so the question is, what should we be doing in the continued restructured market? So thank you.
Okay, so now let me turn it over to our executive secretary, because we're going to run this proceeding a little differently than we do most of our proceedings. So, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The format for this conference is intended to promote the opportunity for engagement between panelists and commissioners, while also maintaining efficiency and making sure that everybody gets a chance to be heard. Panel 1 will consist of opening remarks from state officials, 3 minutes each. There will be no opening remarks on panels 2 through 5. Instead, the commissioners will ask questions and facilitate discussion. Participation will be facilitated by tent card raising. That's flipping your name tag on its side to indicate you'd like to answer a question. In the conference, we will not be discussing matters concerning FERC dockets ER 24-1787 and ER 24-1790. the FERC Brandon Shores and Wagner reliability must-run cases, or case number 9748, the Brandon Shore case, or other specific pending or forthcoming transmission CPCN cases such as the Piedmont project. With that, Mr. Chair, back to you.
Okay, so let me start with our first panel, and well, actually, let me start with MEA Director Pinsky. So.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Paul Pinsky, Director, Maryland Energy Administration. MEA's mission is to promote clean, affordable, and reliable energy, as well as reduce greenhouse gases and to benefit Marylanders in a just and equitable manner. We do not take reliability lightly. People expect to turn on their lights. So we need both the generated power and the infrastructure to convey it. The question of reliability and when generation available to Maryland cannot meet the demand is a very crucial question. We think it's very important to do the modeling to have a better understanding of when this might occur, be it 4, 6, or 10 years, or whenever, given current trajectories for demand and generation. Reliability becomes a real material condition. We know that population is increasing. Climate goals call for more clean electricity. As you referred, approximately 40% of our energy is imported. And we have increasing demand from electrification, data centers, reliance on connected devices, and all of these play a heavy role in these calculations. At the same time, we know polluting coal facilities are going offline, which of course we see as positive. So what does the future hold? We know that now battery storage, we're required to have 3 gigawatts by 2033. At the same time, we have one offshore wind project in advanced regulatory stages before this commission, which hopefully will be operational in 2030 with approximate capacity of 1.7 gigawatts. The other 2 Maryland projects, or lease areas, have the potential for another 4 gigawatts, but will take some time to develop and may be pushed further into the future depending on the new administration. Another area that could experience growth is the solar field. Unfortunately, we are about a third behind where we should be based on the RPS. Projects continue, including many utility-scale projects, which are positive. Unfortunately, we don't know if the new administration will try to stop the utility-scale solar by removing the investment tax credit. Without the ITC, many of these large-scale projects will simply not be financially viable unless PPAs come into play. And finally, many, including MEA, are looking at other technologies, whether expanding nuclear, particularly using advanced technology, are potential solutions for the resource adequacy question. Many believe the small reactors, the new technology SMRs, can be brought to fruition in, some say, 6 to 10 years. So the timing issue of when reliability becomes a real question is very important to try to figure out the timing of what technologies we can have there to replace any shortfall in to address demand. And let me conclude, being brief for a change, by saying that Maryland should do everything in its power to avoid investing in new gas or oil projects. The future is through wires and electrons if we are to meet the statutory requirement of the 60% reduction of greenhouse gas by 2031 of the Climate Solutions Now Act, which you're very familiar with, and fully clean energy by 2045. Besides the emissions associated with gas and oil, the cost to ratepayers will be enormous, and they will be paying for them for some 20 to 30 years in the future, even when carbon-emitting fuels are outdated and regulated to the junkyard of history. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission.
Thank you. And so now I want to turn to Senator Malcolm Augustine, who is a member of the Senate Education, Energy, and Environment Committee, which is the leading policy committee in the General Assembly affecting the work that we do here at the Commissioner. Senator Augustine.
Thank you, Chair Hoover, and members of the Commission. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to share with you a little bit this morning. I'm also just would say very encouraged by the opening comments of the Commission as it relates to this matter. There are a few things that I would like to say as far as like the framing of this conversation is from my perspective as a policy maker and legislator. First is just the recognition of the limitations that we do have in this deregulated market, and just being honest with ourselves about that. That this is an area where we have made a decision as a state, as of now, that this is a private matter, private investments that are occurring as it relates to the power generation, this generation. And so this is a matter that we have to at least initially accept as being a part of what we are doing. And that a lot of the policies that we work on, we try to be additive, but many times they represent barriers to those private investments that are occurring in or not occurring in our state, which, by the way, they just have not been occurring in our state as it relates to generation. This really concerns me as far as barriers that might be there to prevent these investments that should be occurring in our energy generation in our state. Those attempts that we've had thus far to incent that for baseload really have not worked. I mean, we just have observed the fact that the incentive side of things that we have done have not really materialized. And I think that we have to acknowledge that and know that those decisions and things that we've done really just have not worked, and that needs to be a part of this conversation. And that this is economics first. This is economics first as it relates to this generation and making sure that we have reliability in our state, and that we layer on top of the economics these state policy objectives and other things that are important. But that I'm really encouraged that you all talked about reliability first, and affordability. And affordability is just so very important that we make sure we maintain that. I also just want to make sure that we, in this conversation, acknowledge the success of our state as it relates to greenhouse gas emissions and our footprint on this global threat. I mean, we have led the way. We have led the way as a state. We have reduced our greenhouse gas emissions significantly. But at the same time, we just had the hottest month on record in our state of Maryland. This is a global problem. It's a global issue. And I think that we have to make sure that we keep that as a part of this conversation, that it is a global matter as it relates to climate change, and that we must make sure that we keep in the forefront of our mind of keeping the lights on. We got to keep our lights on in our state. It is central. It is central to our residents. I mean, we cannot have the possibility in the future of having things like brownouts. We just can't do that. We got to make sure that we stay away from that. And it's also as a matter for us from a commercial standpoint. I mean, this is basic infrastructure for us. If we can't have a reliable system, if we don't have a reliable power system, it just represents real risk to us as a state. And so these are things that are on my mind as I think about the policy decisions that we have to make looking forward. And I'm grateful that you all, like I said, had those parts of that conversation. I'm looking to this convening, thank you so much for it, for those potential policy recommendations that can help us to make that reliability long-term a reality, and that we make sure that we are doing that. And then we're also just intellectually honest too in that process that says we got to have energy. There's increases in the demand that are there for electricity. There are only so many reliable base sources that are available as of right now to support that. We just got to be really honest about what that really is and what that means, and that we are right now marching down a path to being held hostage potentially by our surrounding jurisdictions, who are the places that are generating power. And I'm very, very concerned about that. I really think that we need to make the turn on that. And I'm looking forward to this conference and future convenings like this to help us to set policy in place to help us move forward on reliability and affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. So now let me turn to Delegate Laura Charkoudian, who is a member of the House Economic Matters Committee, which is the House committee that has primary jurisdiction over the work of the Public Service Commission. Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners. For the record, Delegate Laura Charkoudian, and I'm thrilled to be here. I really appreciate your time and effort on this really important issue and all the really important issues that you work on. I want to start by echoing everything that's been said, that I share the concern about growing load primarily from data centers, modestly from electrification, and the concern about how we've already seen the impact on our most vulnerable people in our state, ratepayers who are struggling to pay their bills. I also want to share the concerns about what this conversation about what is and isn't within our control. And I do think it's really important that we start this conversation, and I know we'll hear from PJM later, but we do need to start by acknowledging that there are many failures at PJM that have led us to this place. So while we have a deregulated state and there's some restrictions that we have ourselves because of that, we also depend on PJM and their market structures to support that to work. And many of those market structures have failed significantly, and that puts us in this place. And so while I and many others in this room have worked really hard to pressure and work with PJM to fix those systems, I think we're at a place where we need to continue to do that, and I look forward to hearing from PJM what responsibility they'll take and what they intend to do to continue to fix those systems. But I also think that we, and this conference is one of those, is a step in the right direction. We also need to say what can we control within the state of Maryland, whether or not PJM fixes their market structures. And so I spent really the last year in-depth conversations with academics at Hopkins, with folks in the commission, with the Office of People's Counsel, with industry, with utilities, really trying to put together what would be the path forward in Maryland, even if PJM doesn't fix their systems, what would be the path forward that would allow us to address resource adequacy in a way that addresses keeping rates down, that gets on resources quickly, and really a no regrets path, because I know there is this significant debate about gas plants, new gas plants. It is my belief, based on modeling that I've seen, that we don't need to build new gas plants, but I do think that there's more modeling that we need to see coming. There's more modeling on load that we need to understand, and we certainly, before we take that pretty drastic step, both in terms of the impact on ratepayers as well as the climate, we need to really be sure that we understand what all the models are telling us about load growth and also about reliability. And so I have a relatively comprehensive proposal that I filed in my comments. I'll make a few overview statements about it right now. It lays out some immediate steps, which are emergency procurement of storage that the Public Service Commission could take within 6 months of the bill passing. There's storage coming out of the PJM queue that would be connected at the transmission level. There's enough storage that even if we built about a third of it, I think it would go a long way and it could come online quickly, and certainly more quickly than any gas plant could. Second, we can do work with storage on the distribution grid. And both of those things can be done quickly, and both of them are no regret pathways. And so I think it's important that we take those steps first. The rest of my proposal outlines how we change the way that we procure and incentivize solar, what we do with transmission as it relates to offshore wind, how we make sure we keep Calvert Cliffs online, how we build more and invest more of the ratepayer funds into building land-based wind, either in Maryland or nodes that connect into Maryland. There's paths for all of that. And then I lay out a possibility for protecting ratepayers by taking ACPs and turning them back to ratepayers when they are paid, a way to make sure that data centers are, the revenue we generate from data centers, a portion of that goes into an escrow account to offset the cost to ratepayers, and a few other things that really make sure that we're protecting ratepayers, that we can drive this new energy very quickly without a significant impact, and in fact, without, I believe, ratepayers paying any more than they do now for the clean energy subsidies that we have. So I've laid all that out in detail in my filings. I look forward to the rest of the conversation today. I'm hoping to hear more feedback on this approach that I will implement into my bill, and I'm hoping to hear about other solutions that folks are proposing, and I hope to have a chance to lead on getting them passed in the upcoming legislative session.
Thank you. And so finally, let me turn to Frederick Kelly, who's the Deputy Director of the Power Plant Research Program, an agency that is intimately involved with the Public Service Commission when it comes to siting and other energy policy decisions that we make here. So, Mr. Kelly.
Good morning. Thank you. Fred Kelly, Deputy Director of the Power Plant Research Program. I'm here to provide the perspective of the Power Plant Research Program. We do the licensing review for new generation and transmission line projects throughout the state. Currently, we're quite overwhelmed with the number of cases. I think we have 23 active cases, as my director Bob Zdzinski told me in advance of this, and we have 35 cases on the horizon. Now, most of these are community solar projects, but the Power Plant Research Program is taking steps internally to streamline the review process, trying to get more efficient on how we handle these things. We have a shared calendar, and with all the milestones on that, it's just we're filing something. It seems like every other week. We're also taking on new staff. We've just hired 3 new positions, so we have 8 power plant site assessors now, and then Bob and myself. We're a small group. Other things that we're working on to enhance, I guess, or meet the challenges of getting new generation. Bob has been working on task forces throughout the past year, and I think probably leading into this year as well, on developing regulations or laws affecting primarily solar projects, but we're taking steps internally to try to handle the caseload here, and that's on top of the expected cases on transmission, and some of those are very significant. And so, yeah, so in that we also participate on a lot of technical issues throughout the state, and one of the more recent ones we've been working on is looking at the offshore wind and trying to integrate that energy into Maryland or in the Delmarva area, and it's quite unbelievable. I mean, how the infrastructure on the eastern shore or on the Delmarva Peninsula is quite unready for that level of injection. But it's something we're working with our partners with the Public Service Commission and MEA. So in this part, I just wanted to primarily coming here learn more about all this, but I'll be on a panel later on and might be able to share some more ideas for working on transmission and new generation. So I'll just leave it there, but thank you again for the invitation to participate.
Okay, thank you. So let me turn to questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Sushman.
So I guess my question, and perhaps this is to the legislators, sort of looking forward, is are you thinking about sort of honing in on the authority we have, providing us with additional authority, sort of recognizing that there are limits in what we can do in terms of requiring generation build, and then perhaps limitations on those who can build generation. Is it's sort of looking forward? Are you envisioning legislation that will encourage us or provide additional authority for us to be able to ensure that that the lights stay on in Maryland and lights stay on in a way that's affordable?
I'm happy to answer.
Sure.
For sure. Yes, would be the answer to the consideration of that. And I'm hopeful that we will get more feedback from convenings like this one about what the impact of that may have on making it easier for us to get generation inside of our state. So I think it's something that we should surely be talking about and considering. And that's where convenings like this, I think, are important for us to be able to have that kind of conversation, and hopefully we'll be able to get more feedback from things like this that may lead to that kind of legislative path forward.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think there's a lot that's potentially on the table. I will say that it is certainly in the legislation that I've been working on and promoting. The Public Service Commission would have a significant role in driving procurements in a way that would allow you to get the energy on in a way that lets the projects pencil and keep the rates as low as possible. So that is sort of a new approach for the state, and that would be the Public Service Commission that would be driving that ability to make that happen. I do think, I would note that, and I don't have the article in front of me, but I suspect there's lots of people behind me who do. The Public Service Commission, I think, already has the authority to order the current utilities to build generation in certain circumstances. And so I think the question, I mean, I don't think there's a legal change that the legislature would need to make to authorize that. I think there's a serious question about what the threshold is at which the commission would want to take that step. But I would just note that I believe my reading of the article, Public Utilities article, is that you do currently have that authority. And so maybe that's one of the things that you're thinking about and is being explored here. I don't know that we've reached a threshold that I would say that that's necessary right now, but I think that it is on the table. And I think that this question about where that threshold is comes back to the modeling that, I mean, I think the biggest challenge we have is we've got a bunch of thoughts out there about what we might be getting for data centers, what we might have. The primary drivers of our challenges that we can see on paper right now is significant transmission builds and high capacity payments. But those can also be tied to problems in the capacity market itself. And the transmission builds, once they're done, they will have solved those immediate reliability issues. So I think there is the need for better modeling to be super clear before we start taking steps that are outside of what we normally would consider, which I don't think is off the table. But I think that we need to be really clear about any, other than no regret steps. I think we have to be really clear before we take those steps. So.
Okay, and then in sort of, understanding where our authority ends and wholesale and transmission authority begin, sort of, no question on the distribution side of the equation, that is our authority. And so sort of thinking ahead, I mean, certainly the reductions in need, enhanced efficiencies, would mean that that's one sort of less kilowatt hour that needs to be generated. So you would need sort of less wholesale if you have reductions in need on the distribution side. So sort of thinking ahead, even though energy efficiency is not resource adequacy, it does impact resource adequacy because we need less resources. So sort of thinking on the distribution side of the equation, what are things that we can do within our authority to either increase generation in terms of storage or solar, geothermal, and then energy efficiency opportunities that we're not taking advantage of, that can lower the resource needs of Maryland. Perhaps, Mr. Pinsky, you can address that.
Well, one area which former Delegate Barve and Commissioner Barve knows about in the Climate Solutions Now Act, which he and I both worked on, there's a portion on BEPS, building efficiency performance standards. And again, this is more Department of Environment's purview than MEA's purview. But that calls for a 20% reduction in energy by in those buildings 35,000 square feet or larger. Now, there's also a broader discussion, which I think will come out through regulatory procedures, again, through the Department of Environment, on our whole society moving towards more efficiency standards. There's been a little pushback, I have to say, from one sector, but we think that's how we have to go. And I agree 100%. I mean, we can reduce the need for new energy if we can reduce the demand, obviously. And obviously transportation is one area, the other is buildings, and there are things we can do, solar, rooftop, etc., geothermal and heat pumps, but we have to push, I think, fairly strongly and not backtrack in terms of saying we have to set a standard, whether by 2030 or after, of starting to reduce and take the steps necessary. There are costs with that. We understand that, and we at MEA can't underwrite all of those costs. But whether it means new windows or insulation or shifting from HVAC based on gas or oil to heat pumps or adding solar to roofs, whatever it might be, We think there's some creative ideas out there, and we think some of these people, particularly large building owners who have staff and new technology, can take advantage of that. So I think we have to continue encouraging the energy efficiency, obviously in residential homes as well, and multifamily units as well. Some fall over 35,000 square feet, some fall below it. So we think it's something that can't be ignored, and is part of the package to get to reliability. So we don't think it should be minimized.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Sir, Richard.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate you all being here today. Maybe Director Pinsky, just going to the MEA testimony, I'm interested in the proposal that we have a state energy plan, and you pointed to something that I guess is NASIO has created as far as a model plan. Is that something that you feel like you can start now, or is there authority or some direction that is needed? And are there resources to support that plan outside of just looking to the ratepayer, such as the CEF for the ACPs, just progressive tax policy?
We started talking about state energy plans. We have not started creating it yet. We're a very small agency. We don't have a lot of people, and money comes in through the CEF, through RGGI primarily and ACP, alternative compliance payments, and we try to get it out the door to seed projects. Whether it's community solar, whether it's rooftop, whether it's EV infrastructure. We're shifting to have more EV infrastructure rather than residents with garages to public places, to multifamily, to some of the people who've been left behind, where we think they should also have the ability to buy EVs, for example. So while we're in the process of getting money out the door to worthwhile projects that hopefully can be built upon, can be foundations, we have a small policy department. You'll hear from one or two of my people later on, Shannon Freed, who knows a heck of a lot more than I do, that we think an energy plan is something very viable. And as you said, NASIO is looking at it. A number of states are moving that direction. So we are very open to it and willing to participate in that.
Thank you, Director Pinsky. For our legislators, you talk about just trying to get private investment and things we might be able to do in state. Some of the utilities in their filings have suggested that they be allowed to own resources, and that they would go through the regular rate making process to go about, whether it be something like a community solar project to something greater than that. Do you have any thoughts at this time about that? And do you believe the authority already exists for the commission to allow that, or would that be something that the legislature would have to take up?
Yeah. So I think I'll start with your last question. As I said in my answer to the last question, I do think that the authority already exists. It may be that the commission is seeking kind of more direction to use that authority from the legislature. I do think that it exists. That doesn't mean I think you should use it right now. Maybe you should. I mean, we'll find out. We'll have this conversation today. But and hopefully soon we'll have access to more concrete data and modeling that'll help us know if we've hit that threshold. I do think that there's sort of flaws in our markets, PJM markets, and there's flaws in the way that we've tried to do using the REC model, that we've tried to drive some of the generation, the new generation that we've been seeking, the clean energy generation. And so I think before we direct utilities to own generation, I think we should try to fix those markets and our structures. I think that where I think a little differently about that is battery storage, because I think battery storage is a really unique thing, right? And it doesn't fit neatly as generation. It's a transmission asset. It's a distribution asset. It's demand response. It's all these things, and in some ways, it's kind of this. I don't know if it's fair to say it's like the miracle technology, but it is in fact it's flexibility that has made it so hard for it to get revenue stacks, ironically, right? Like its ability to do so many things has made it difficult for us to create, us both in the state of Maryland and us in the PJM region, to create markets that actually drive the revenue sufficient for it to get built. And so I do think, because it is also a grid resource, I do think it's appropriate for utilities on the distribution grid, for sure, to be able to own and to be able to contract with third-party ownership. I think a mix of ownership for utilities as well as third-party ownership that they contract with on the distribution grid is absolutely appropriate, and I think it's a really important part of the move forward. I think it is, and I'm just going to keep talking about no regrets, because I think we have to get so much more information that we might not have until next summer or next fall. I think moving forward with the no regret stuff now, and so I do think that sort of is the next best step, even while we explore, have we hit the threshold where it's appropriate for the Public Service Commission to order a utility to own something else.
So I would, first, on the authority, I would actually ask you whether or not you believe that you have the authority or not. And if you, whatever your interpretation of the existing authority is an important first step in that conversation. So from that, then we can then start a conversation about changes to the statute that may, for whatever direction you may want to go in that regard. So that's first. And I think that's a part of what this conversation should be about. And there should be clarity coming from the commission on that we can then start to work on. The second step from that, if that is a step that has to go, that we do go down, is understanding what, if this were to go down that path of that sort of level of authority for the commission, what would be required of the commission to take on this type of authority too. Technical expertise, the ability to really, what that looks like for this commission versus and how it could then impact the utilities through which you already do have some authority over them at this point. But those would be the things, to me, that we would need to better know and understand first, get to that, and then we do also need to understanding when you do have that authority, then the ability that you would have to then make those assessments about, as you're in that new role, that new space, about what we should be doing to maintain that reliability when you become a part of that conversation.
Great. Thank you, Chair Augustine. And yeah, this is definitely a topic that is going to be coming up in later panels. And I think there's a little bit of difference about what that authority is. Right now, it's in the context of standard offer service, making sure that there's available standard offer service. I think Delegate Charkoudian, it may be just a policy we'll need to hear from the legislature. But again, this is going to be a topic that will come up later. And Director Kelly, I know that you're going to be on a later panel. I do have some questions for you, but so we can keep moving on, I'm going to hold those till later. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Barbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These questions are directed to my friends, the senator and the delegate, particularly. And I'm going to try and be diplomatic here, uncharacteristically. There are bottlenecks and slowdowns in the deployment of community solar and utility-grade solar in the state of Maryland. And as you know, utility-grade solar and utility-grade and community solar are the affordable types of solar energy. Rooftop residential can be very pricey in terms of the cost for the grid. So I wonder, I know that there's no legislation right now, but I wonder if there is any thought to any kind of a legislative response to this this obvious bottleneck that we're presented with.
I would say yes. I would suspect that you will see legislation come forward in this that deals with certain aspects of that have been identified as bottlenecks in the process. I also just want to include in this conversation, though, that some of the solar projects that are coming online utility scale aren't actually becoming a part of our baseload conversation. I mean, they're going into these purchase power agreements that Chair Pinsky mentioned, and they actually aren't really there. These are committed already. I mean, these are things that I'm thinking about as far as you know, our actual baseload needs that are not being met in the current way that we're structured and the way that things are coming online based on some of our policies. So I hope that that's a part of this discussion as well when we do talk about that which is coming online and whether or not it actually is supporting our baseload needs.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with what Senator Augustine said, and I would just add to it, yes, in fact, I have a proposal to address that. Specifically, not the siting side, which is an issue that I think you're going to fix, right? He's got it. He's got it taken care of. No, so not on the siting part of it, but to this point about PPAs and what allows a utility scale project to pencil, one of the things that's happened is a lot of projects that went in preparing to serve Maryland load with Maryland RECs as the financing, as part of the financing that went into the PJMQ in 2019 and came out, let's say in 23, 24. By the time they came out of the queue, the financing with the REC structure that we had in place no longer allowed them to pencil. And so they either aren't getting built or they're getting built as PPAs as opposed to getting built as a Maryland resource. And so adjusting our SREC process to mirror better what New Jersey does, which is I won't go into the details now, but I can later, I think creates a path for the utility scale solar that has come through the PJMQ and has an connection agreement and the stuff that's coming out in the next 2 years to be able to come online in Maryland as a Maryland resource in a way that also shifts the hedge value to ratepayers. So that's an important piece of protecting ratepayers. I think that path is going to get more solar online and get more of it online to address Maryland load. And depending on a few other things, some of which we can control in the state and some of which will depend on the interconnection surplus issue that PJM is deciding about, we may be able to put storage with that. And when the storage goes accompanied with that, which again, this approach would create a path for both of those things to happen, then not only is it serving our energy needs, but it's closer to serving our baseload needs because the solar and storage together can really address kind of the vast majority of the periods where we need the peak periods and so on. So I think there is a path, and I do think that, as the senator has said, which I agree with, there's structures we've had in place and we've been depending on that sort of haven't been working for us, and I think we have to revise them.
Thank you.
Is that it? Oh. So, Director Pinsky, let me explore a little bit about this idea about the energy plan. So you mentioned the fact that Maryland made the decision 25 years ago to change dramatically how we delivered electricity in this state. We went from fully integrated utilities that not only generate electricity and brought it to the city and then into the house to a system that relied on the private market to deal with the generation issues. And part of that process involved repealing what had been a fairly technical and fairly detailed process that engaged MEA, this commission, and PPRP in analyzing a utility company's projected demands and resources to meet those demands, otherwise known as integrated resource planning. So I guess I want to hear from you how much you think this energy plan that you're talking about is going to reflect that type of activity, and do we need to make changes in order to come back to that? I know we can't do it the way it was before 1999, but there may be some version of that that gives the state the ability to have a little more control over the future.
Well, first of all, it was your colleague, Commissioner Richard, who brought up the SEP. I did not bring up that topic this morning yet. And I said we are open to looking at it and participating and possibly developing it. I don't want to read anything into your question, Mr. Chairman, but the question of going back to, I don't want to call it vertical integration, but having a company do distribution and generation. I assume that underlies some of your thinking, and we haven't gotten there yet. And I was actually in the legislature in '99 and was a dissenting vote, for the record, on that deregulation, which was a very close vote, at least in the Senate. I can't remember how it was in the House. So, that's a policy decision. And I think that's actually more under your purview than MEA's purview. We haven't had that conversation with the governor and his top staff yet. It's obviously also a question for the legislature. So I'm not sure I want to step into those waters quite yet in terms of what we think is right or not right. And I think this goes back to the question brought up earlier of what is in your purview already in terms of the public need and public good. And there may be some flexibility there. So I think it's premature for us to say what would be in an SCP and what it means for the integration of generation and distribution at this point.
Okay, so Senator Augustine, you were the lead sponsor last year of the bill that made pretty dramatic changes to the way we deal with retail energy suppliers. And part of that was a reflection of concerns that the prior market practices weren't actually working to the benefit of customers. Given the fact that we've rethought that portion of the 99 Act, is it time to consider other pieces of the Deregulation Act and maybe think about a different way of doing it?
I think it's always incumbent for us to look at policy and consider changes that may be needed if they are in the best interest of the state, and we should absolutely do that. That's our job for us to do that. So I definitely think that. I wanted to say to Chair Hoover on the state energy plan, that's important. It's important, and I think that we do look to the executive branch for leadership on that, and for that. But it's larger. No offense to. I was going to call him Chair Penske, but it's always difficult for me to make a change on that. It really is.
Being a recovering legislator.
Yeah. But it is, and I think that we know that it is a larger conversation around this state energy plan, but it's an important one. Definitely looking for the executive branch to have some leadership on that space, but I do think that is something that I know that the legislature is also looking at closely.
So one other question, there's been suggestions made that, that we take advantage of the provisions of the 1990 law that allow the existing utilities to get back into the generation business as a way of supplying standard offer service. But I guess one of the concerns that I have is that, a few years ago, the Commission tried to make an attempt to incentivize a particular type of generation, and there was a rather dramatic reaction from the existing merchant generators to that proposal, enough that it went all the way to the Supreme Court and created a precedent which, tried to lay out what we couldn't do when it comes to incentivizing generation. So, is there authority that we might need to consider doing something like that, cognizant of the fact that, the generators may be, the existing generators may be willing to fight us on trying to add more power to the pool, so to speak?
I'm answering, but you go.
Please.
Go ahead.
So, right. So I think that we obviously we need to make public policy that's in the best interest of our constituents, recognizing the legal constraints that we have. And I think that since you're talking about the Hughes decision,
Right, sure.
and I think that's particularly unique and it's specific to the way that particular arrangement was structured. It's certainly something that, as I've looked at the different pieces of what I think the options are, I've had conversations with attorneys about how does this fit with the Hughes decision. So I think that we should be careful to not let the threat of lawsuit and the reality that, corporations are always going to do everything they can in rent-seeking behavior to maximize profits. Like, that's actually their job. That's their legal requirement that they do that. So we can't let that keep us from trying to solve problems that are facing our communities on this planet. And so obviously we need to walk a fine line and make sure we're, consistent. I mean, one of the issues I've had to take a real close look at is the Interstate Commerce Clause, because one of the problems with our rec system is that we have been, because of the Commerce Clause and the inability to say just the recs in Maryland, we've now had most of our ratepayer money to support clean energy, build clean energy elsewhere. And so really figuring out how we walk that line of addressing Maryland needs, investing Maryland ratepayer money, and addressing, being compliant with the Hughes decision, Commerce Clause, and everything else. I mean, yeah, but we can do hard things. So I feel like if we decide that there's a particular challenge that we have and a policy direction that we need to go in, I believe we have smart enough people here that we can walk that line. I'm not worried that we can't. We have to be cognizant of it, but I'm not worried that we can't address it.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. So I want to thank our first panel for their suggestions, and we look forward to working with the two agencies as we go forward with this, and then appearing before the two of you come January.
See you soon, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me call up the second panel on resource adequacy needs and policy facilitation. So all the folks that are on that can come forward. Well, that's all right. I'll just have everybody introduce themselves. So, yeah, let's do that.
Do you have to bear with my elbow? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I should see, sir. Folks, also here, and then David, which end do you want to sit on?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Thank you.
So let me start by just asking everybody to introduce yourselves. I know you're not doing opening statements, but just identify yourself for the court reporter, and we'll start.
Diane Holder with Reliability First.
Phil Sussler with the Maryland Office of People's Counsel.
Stu Bressler, Executive Vice President, Markets and Strategy, PJM Interconnection.
Shannon Freedy with the Maryland Energy Administration.
David Vermeer. I'm the Senior Manager of Load Forecasting for Exelon.
Okay, so Commissioner Richard, why don't we start with you? So.
All right, thank you. And again, thank you all for being here today. Let me start with a question just really is for everybody. And it's kind of like, as I read through all the various filings, there seemed to be one message that there really isn't a resource adequacy problem that really needs to be urgently addressed. It's really just a design flaw in the base residual auction and just some of the RPM issues. Then there were the other side that said, no, this is real. We do need to have more resources on the grid, and particularly in a constrained area like Maryland. So. Maybe could we just start there, and I'd be interested just the input from everybody here. Is this an urgent problem that we should even be talking about today and trying to come up with solutions, or is it just something that we just need to fix the base residual auction? And I want to be careful. Hopefully I haven't already overstepped the bound. Did I?
No. I think we're good.
Mr. Bressler, did I already step one of the tripwires?
Not as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure. All right, great. So that would be my opening question. Is this a problem? And do you want to start?
We'll just go
Yeah.
right down the line and
Okay, yeah.
start with.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Hoover and members of the Public Service Commission. Thank you for having this very important conference. To cut to the chase, I do think it is a real problem that we are faced with. I feel that some of the events that we've had although we've successfully so far more or less navigated through them without a major blackout occurring, I do think some of those are representative and maybe can even be called precursors to a more serious event in the future if we don't turn this around. I think if I look to the NERC LTRA, the 2023 one, the new one is going to be coming out in a couple weeks here. But we saw the themes in the NERC LTRA being, generator retirements, outpacing new installations. On top of that, the new installations, they don't operate in the same way as some of the generators that have retired, meaning that they don't operate around the clock, and that's okay, but it is something that we need to be aware of as we look at our resource mix of the future. NERC has done studies, and it depends on what you assume, but it could mean that to replace a baseload generator with a new resource, like a wind or solar resource, you might need as much as 7 times as much of the capacity of that baseload generation, because again, they don't operate around the clock. The other thing with the new resources, they don't offer the same essential reliability services that the baseload generators provided, and there is technology being developed that hopefully eventually will be able to mimic some of those essential reliability services, but they're not out there largely on the grid at scale. So I feel like the new resource mix needs to take into consideration all of those things, that you do need more intermittent resources compared to baseload. You need to make sure essential reliability services are in the new resource mix, and you need to ensure that energy assurance, that around the clock, that the new resource mix can provide the services around the clock. So thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Richard, it's both a design flaw and a reliability assurance problem going forward. But I wanted to offer some broader points to my answer, and also will be very much interested in the person to my left's comments about potentially sort of countering or nuancing some of the things I'm going to say. So first, we think that the last auction did reflect design flaws, and currently we have a complaint at FERC, supported by other consumer agencies, pointing out those design flaws. PJM itself is preparing a filing to address some of the issues that are in our complaint. And hopefully FERC will deal with them on a consolidated basis and try to fix what we see as part of the problem in the last auction that potentially will replicate itself in the next auction, the auction after that. There's also, so I guess coming out of that, yes, there are some indications of shortage. Load forecasts are going up. The retirement ahead of new entrants that my colleague to the right described is also occurring, but not in the to the extreme, we think, that was reflected in the last auction, and the extreme if you translate the PJM rules into what occurred. On the reliability assurance side, there's some background that I think is important to take into account. There is an issue in Maryland, but we need to scale it. It's in the hundreds of megawatts as we see it, not the full peak load of Maryland in the 12 gigawatts. It's in the hundreds of megawatts. There also is a potential PJM-wide reflected with hints in this auction, but also if the trends continue in future auctions, that kind of concern could also accrue at footprint-wide level. But it's important to scale it and to dimension sort of where it's occurring. The other point I'd raise that's significant in analyzing this is this is a little bit of an echo of things we discussed in the reliability metrics at the distribution level. PJM actually, it starts with reliability first through NERC, FERC approved, and then PJM implements it, has a standard for determining what is reliability assurance. It's not sort of a term flying around in the air. Reliability is not a term flying in the air. It's got a specific metric that these folks administer, and that is the capacity market is used to implement that. And it reflects a balance, just like the reliability metrics at the distribution level, between low probability of outage, but also the cost of getting there. And getting to the kink, as we talked about in the distribution level, something like that at the wholesale level. In PJM, the way it's implemented is a 1 in 10-year loss of load expectation at the footprint-wide level, and then a 1 in 25-year loss of load expectation at the constrained locational deliverability area. And that's a particular concern because the way PJM plans things, Maryland is broken up into the BGE LDA, primarily around Baltimore, is completely in Maryland. PEPCO is shared between DC and Maryland, DPL South, and then APS. Separate LDAs with separate concerns. So there's sort of a layering.
Yeah.
You have.
Can I just caution, we're already into
Yeah,
our buffer here, so as far as scheduling. So, thank you for that answer, but I'm just kind of looking for that. Is it scarcity, or is it fake scarcity? So anyway, to you, Mr. Bressler.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good morning, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, so thanks for having me. I do think we have a looming resource adequacy issue, and it is not just a Maryland issue. It is not just a PJM issue. This is a nationwide issue. And I think the trends that contribute to that issue have been already well documented previously, but also mentioned this morning. That is significant load growth, driven primarily by data centers, again, not just in PJM, but elsewhere. And then in the longer term, by electrification. That combined with significant projected quantities of resource retirements over the same time period, and the relatively slow pace at which new generation, even new generation which is through the interconnection queue, actually coming onto the system. So the good news for the PJM region is when you do compare us to the nation, we are actually starting from a better position than a lot of the rest of the country. And I do think that is because the combinations of the markets as well as market participant behavior in response to those markets has resulted in a fairly robust reserve margin up until now. But those factors that I just listed are eroding that reserve margin, and if you look at what's affectionately called the 4R report we issued almost 2 years ago now, you can see the way the trends were materializing then, and certainly the situation has not improved since that report was issued. In fact, the load is growing even faster now, or projected to grow even faster now than it was at that point. So there is a looming resource adequacy issue that we need to address, just like the rest of the country needs to address. I will say, to sort of nuance my fellow panelists' response, the markets certainly can always be improved. There's no question about that, and we have been doing that ever since we implemented them back in 1998, and as we have added more markets to our suite over time. That is particularly true in the face of changing policy considerations and policy objectives that will continue to require these markets to be enhanced as we move ahead. For example, probably the biggest transition we are seeing right now is with respect to the resource mix, and so that required a new way to look at the reliability value associated with each and every resource that is on the system today and is coming on the system. That was the effective load carrying capability, or ELCC, accreditation mechanism that we implemented actually several auctions ago, but we enhanced and more fully implemented for the last auction. So that will continue to be the case into the future. But I think the markets will continue to serve their purpose, which is to transparently demonstrate the actual supply and demand condition for the various products for which these markets are operated into the future. But we're going to all have to work together to address the resource adequacy issue that we're facing.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. Would agree that this is, I think, the issue and the urgency. It's really it's a both and. Certainly, think recognize the need for enhancements to the capacity-related rules. Governor Moore has joined other governors in the region in calling for changes resulting from the previous auction results. So touched on things like the accreditation method, right? There were changes made, but sort of assessing those impacts, as well as the treatment of reliability must-run units. I think that's all I'll say there, since I think those are on the list. And then thinking about, even beyond the immediate upcoming auction, potential changes like a seasonal construct, capturing some of the biannual features of these resources. So I think that we see the need for enhancements there. I think even kind of related to the capacity auction, potential opportunities for improving surplus interconnection service, SIS. I think it's especially attractive where you're not waiting for the interconnection queue, because that's it's a parallel process. So I think there's those are certainly very urgent, but I think too certainly looking to opportunities within the state to strengthen our resource adequacy. And I think that we've kind of articulated a portfolio approach, thinking about generation and storage. Rightly, I think the focus here today, thinking also about grid enhancement, thinking about demand side resources, and then I think what Order 1920 really does is sort of help really marry those two in terms of the regional and state role, kind of allowing for state input into that scenario development. And we saw FERC kind of affirm that order very recently, so feeling good about that. But want to, I think it's really thinking about advancing both, and I think the urgency is around being proactive. Thanks.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for the question. Thank you for having us. I can certainly speak to the load trends that we've seen historically, how those are changing, what Exelon has done to put forecasts around those in the large load adjustment process and engagement with PJM. I think regarding the generation resource adequacy discussion, that's not my area of expertise. Certainly load trends in the forecast. So I actually would defer that particular question to other representatives from Exelon that have come to speak to that. Is that all right?
Sure.
Yeah. Just one more question. I know we need to move on. Mr. Ressler, as you've heard, there are a number of entities, panelists today, that are recommending a state policy, a state energy policy, and a lot of that would involve, kind of promoting and advancing specific resources, starting with storage and maybe something bigger. I guess the question I have for PJM, so we can work in a complementary fashion, are the processes in place such that the state could bring these resources online and work to specifically address the violations that PJM may be identifying, and just overall, I guess, supporting the system to the reliability levels that PJM requires? Because again, obviously, if we promote these resources, they would be for a specific purpose of, again, addressing resource adequacy and coming up with alternative, maybe Maryland, oriented alternatives to what another direction, a more holistic approach otherwise that PJM would address. Did that make sense? Maybe I
think so.
rambled at the end. But I just want to know how we could work in a complementary fashion with PJM, should we have these energy plans.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And certainly PJM looks forward to continuing to work with the Commission. Our staff's engaged literally every day, and so we look forward to continuing to do that. But to answer your larger question, I think from PJM's standpoint, we recognize the need for an all-of-the-above strategy in order to meet the resource adequacy needs and this challenge that we are going to face. If you think about, for a second, sort of the fundamental role of the markets, right? When these markets were initially designed, they were not designed with the intent that market participants would be exposed to the spot market prices. And when I mean spot market, I don't just mean energy, right? The capacity prices that we post for every year are a form of spot market price. Just to differentiate that from the impacts of bilateral transactions and self-supply. The intent of these markets was always, and they were designed around the concept that bilateral transactions and self-supply would form the bulk of trades. That spot market activity would be there for a backup, so that there's an inherent backup when there needs to be a balance, both against capacity or energy. and also as another alternative beyond bilateral transactions and self-supply. But the fact of the matter is, the markets, because they are designed to always ensure that, again, they as transparently and as accurately as possible reflect actual supply and demand, they are relatively unforgiving. So to the extent that bilateral transactions and self-supply, in the capacity market sense, for example, do not ensure resource adequacy over time, the markets are going to be fairly unforgiving as far as what the market price then requires participants to do in order to meet their resource adequacy requirements. So I say all this, Commissioner, because, again, an all of the above strategy is extremely important. What we have to be careful about, though, is if we are going to, again, continue to rely on arm's length transactions, open competition, independent investment that stems from all of that market activity, it's important that the actions that are taken don't scare that independent investment away. Because the market prices have to be something that both sides of the transactions can rely on and count on as actually, like I said, accurate representing what supply and demand are looking like. And if they don't, if in other words, there's action taken and entities step in whenever the price goes one direction or another, it's going to scare that investment away. And so we just need to make sure that we maintain a balance. But I think there are ways we can work together on the resource adequacy challenges, yes.
Okay. But again, I guess the reason we're here today is because we've had this resource adequacy problem that's been identified, and the state's trying to, we take you seriously. You're saying, Maryland, you do not have enough resources, and you're, currently don't have the policies in place to bring resources online. So I just wanted to be clear. If we were to take that step, and that's what we're hearing from a number of the panelists today, is PJM able to work with the state of Maryland to, again, make sure that this gets into the consideration for, whether it's the RTEP or anything when it comes to resolving violations or making sure that the system is safe?
Yeah, we want to work with the state in any way we can. Okay. And it's not just it's not a matter of necessarily what or the fact that we do need more resources on the system. It's a matter of how. And so yes, we stand ready to work with the state to meet its goals.
Okay, right. Thank you. I don't know. Yes.
Just
from OPC.
Point, counterpoint.
Yeah, okay.
So I agree with my colleague, Mr. Bressler, about the fact that market and the market construct has been set up to try to deliver resource adequacy. I guess the flaw in that, in our view, is that because of sort of misalignment in the PJM capacity market, it meant $4 or $5 billion in excess payments in the last auction. That's not chump change across the PJM footprint. The second problem is that part of what enables that market is new entry, new generators that can get to participate in the capacity market. Originally, there was a 3-year forward, which allows enough period to develop the new entry. That 3-year forward period no longer exists. That's maybe water under the bridge. But the interconnection queue, which would allow new entry with the considerations about how it doesn't really count as capacity for resource adequacy, that interconnection queue is frozen for a significant period looking out in the future. So anyhow, point, counterpoint, those are things that I think are necessary to be considered in addressing PJM's view of markets and the remedy they portend.
Okay, thank you for that. And I have exceeded my 10 minutes by 10 minutes, but I know, does MEA have anything to add otherwise?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Barbic.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it short then. I have 2 questions. The first for Mr. Bressler, and the other can be answered by whomever would like to take a crack at it. But specifically, how comfortable, how certain are you at PJM with respect to your data center load forecast? I'm very concerned about that, especially, are you dedicating enough resources to transmission studies, especially with respect to loads like Amazon or Google? So There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Barbe, and I'll try to hit both aspects of your question. First of all, the forecast of the quantity of data center load that's coming on the system, we are extremely concerned about that as well. And my Exelon panel mate here can probably speak to that as well, as far as we are working as closely as we possibly can with the transmission owners as they submit their large load additions to our forecast to vet those as much as we possibly can. And make sure that they are as real as they can be once they are in the forecast. So we're working extremely hard on that process. The second component of your question was the transmission build out. And my answer to you is yes, and we continue to build our staff in order to do all the transmission studies that are absolutely necessary to ensure the reliability of the grid in the future, given the data center load additions. And frankly, we will do everything we possibly can to make sure that the transmission system is planned adequately, so that data center load additions do not present reliability problems, and that we can work with the transmission owners again to ensure that the transmission facilities that are necessary to be built in order to ensure that reliability are done so in a timely manner.
And for a counterpoint,
Yeah, we've been engaged in analyzing the large load forecast requests that have come in this year. That additive across the different utilities proposing them are 15 gigawatts potentially added to the next auction for 26-27, and maybe 50 gigawatts by 2030, which is like adding the size of California to CalISO's load to the PJM. So it's a huge increase. Concerns we've had is that each transmission owner provides its own forecast. We're concerned about speculation that the large, the Magnificent Seven, there are various ways to describe them, have multiple customer requests across the PJM footprint, and those aren't being sussed out. We're also concerned that the individual TOs have different credit and sign-up requirements across the different data centers. So I don't think there's a question that there will be a load increase, but the scale that PJM seems to be adopting for the next load forecast, which will map into another pop in the next capacity auction in terms of increased demand, and another pop in the next wave of transmission bills that's currently being reviewed for approval in February, are going to emanate from that, in our view, still insufficiently transparent load forecast process that PJM is engaged in. Unfortunately, they have a session today reviewing this. I can't attend both, so I'm not able to see sort of their updates based on our critiques and the critiques of others to try to respond to some of this. But that's an ongoing concern we have with the load forecast, and if it proceeds to the next year's forecast with another potential upping of forecast, then baked into the next capacity auction, so on and so forth, it's a real problem. I overstepped my time frame, but that's the counterpoint.
go ahead. Do you, Mr. Vermeer, is that your name?
Yeah, it is Mr. Vermeer. Thank you. I'll, I guess, address Mr. Bressler's point, and then to Mr. Sussler's a few comments about our process. You know, I think just in terms of the way Exelon or any TO engages with PJM, you know, there is a stakeholder process where PJM has its own independent forecast. That forecast is produced in the December-January timeframe. There is an opportunity to provide input into the process through the stakeholder process. That's you know, most significantly, most recently, been around the large load adjustment process Mr. Bressler referenced. This gives the TOs an opportunity to provide PJM and the PJM load team with information on these large load that they would not see otherwise, right? So that's one piece. I think the second piece along, you know, the criteria, I think sussing out, I think was a comment, sussing out some of the speculative projects. Where do we draw the line? I say at Exelon, in terms of our criteria around what we are including in our forecast and submitting to PJM, we are sussing out, we are removing the speculative projects. We've placed criteria around that says our customers that we're moving into the large load adjustment must have signed engineering contracts and deposits down. They must also be moving through PJM's local submission of their transmission projects. So another element of our process is moving them through the transmission planning process. So I think those combined give us a good confidence that these are real projects and they're moving through. So And I guess just back to the Mr. Susler's points regarding speculation, and then perhaps a little bit on double counting. From a speculation perspective, I think that criteria I just laid out, where we're drawing the line at a certain level, we do have an additional list of more speculative projects that we are not including. We think that's reasonable. And then I think just briefly on the double counting, we recognize it is an issue broadly. I think for Exelon, the way we've handled it is close coordination internally. So to know that what we are submitting to PJM, at BG, and ComEd, though, are not double counted within our zone. The second piece is, again, the reality of our projects are they're moving through the other parts of the transmission planning process. So these are real projects PJM has visibility in. So just sharing a little bit more perspective on how we tackling these issues, the transparency, the consistency, they're all issues. But the way we've tackled it is to sort of outline some key criteria and be transparent and socialize those.
Mr. Chairman, even though she put up her card last, I think maybe we should go to Ms. Holder first and then allow Mr. Bresler to clean up, get the final word. You get the until my next question, which should be relatively quick.
I do agree and appreciate that we need to get the forecast right. We need to get all these numbers right. I think Delegate Charkoudian mentioned that too. And you all need to ask the right questions and get comfortable around the assumptions being made for certain. But I did just want to point out that 2 years ago, even before we were really talking much about data centers, I mean, I know they have been happening longer than that, we already were surfacing resource adequacy concerns just with the electrification policies and the generator retirement. So I just wanted to be clear on that, and that's aside from any, and these are large loads. You may only need one or two of them to really flip your resource adequacy balance such that it is out of balance, not to mention co-locations, because, one of the things, 2 years ago when we first started engaging with states and talking about our concerns with the changing resource mix was the pace of change. And from a co-location standpoint, I think we have testified before you all before with regard to how that may, in fact, accelerate that pace of change and shorten that timeline that we have to adequately address these concerns. So, thank you.
Two quick things. I thought I heard Mr. Sussler say a 15 gigawatt increase for 26-27. I just wanted to make sure everyone's on. It's about 2,000 megawatts increase from the 24 forecast for 26-27, so it's not nearly that high. Still a big number, don't get me wrong. But
sort of the absolute load, large load was 15. The
not
incremental,
for 26, 27.
the incremental, as you said.
Okay, well, let's let Mr. Bresler continue to have the floor.
For 2030, yes, it's a much bigger number, yes, not for 26-27. And then secondly, I think Mr. Sussler referred to it, and so did Mr. Vermeer, sorry? Vermeer, sorry.
That's okay.
About the transparency of the process. This is all laid out there, transmission owner by transmission owner. It was presented at the last load analysis subcommittee, I think is the group that was referred to. And again, it's happening today with our responses. And we challenge every single one of those submissions, and I'm sure they're going through all that today. So it's as I think as transparent as it can be, but we're always looking to improve.
Okay, final Jeopardy question here. Should the state of Maryland require large loads to deliver their to come with generation?
I'll jump in first, Commissioner. I want to make sure I don't step across any lines here. Regardless of how large loads come onto the system and the configuration with which they do so, they are a resource adequacy challenge. And so we will need more resources in order to serve the additional load that's coming on the system. Your suggestion is one way for that to occur, probably is not the only way. So I'm not going to sit here and say whether it should or should not be, but I certainly acknowledge it is one option.
Would it be the most efficient way?
It's hard to say most efficient. It might be the most certain way.
Maybe that's what I meant.
I would certainly agree with that, probably, yeah.
I'm used to rethinking my thoughts. Unless there are any other responses, that's it for me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Sutton.
Okay, so thank you for your testimony. recognizing that much of what we're hearing now is really intended to inform what we recognize as our need going forward. There's not a whole lot that we can do as commissioners to fix whatever perceived problems there are in the capacity market, except to submit comments to FERC. But I have to say, Mr. Bressler, when you said that markets are unforgiving, that was chilling for a commissioner to hear that, because we rely on those unforgiving markets to make sure that there's adequate generation for ratepayers, and that continues to, at least for me, continues to be a concern for me, that we are relying on authority that is outside of our authority, and recognizing that those markets are less than perfect presents challenges for us. And so I guess my question to the panel is, and then getting back to the reliability first concern about the need for baseload and for essential reliability services, ensuring that those services are available. What can we do as a commission to encourage new baseload generation, encourage essential reliability services are available, and then what are the things that we might do that could have the effect of discouraging that deployment of that generation, recognizing that baseload will be serving the entire PJM region. We're not going to be able to put limits on, because of Commerce Clause issues. So I guess the first question is, what can we do within the scope of our authority to encourage those sort of essential reliability services and resources, but also what can we do to avoid presenting speed bumps in the road to affect such deployment.
I'll start.
Please.
So in terms of, I guess one point I wanted to focus on, and then in terms of what the PSC can do, and some of that was well handled by the prior panel. Some of its limitations in terms of law, in terms of how do you insert yourselves in what are essentially services being delivered by markets without upsetting the markets. So I'll sort of endorse the commentary from the last forum. The thing I wanted to focus on was Maryland's need to build baseload. Part of the reliability construct and the history of Maryland's participation in the larger power pool is the combination of transmission and generation, not just generation inside the state. I think autarky is probably not it's not a cost-effective strategy. So in this case, I sort of bless the fact that PJM is there. Maryland's been a part of PJM since 1956. The issue on reliability assurance is securing enough capacity in Maryland to deal with the peak loads and voltage stability problems. So the scale of the problem at the Maryland level is, as I say, in the hundreds of megawatts. The larger problem of potential uncertainty, and we've built the transmission system to, in fact, work together with that generation in Maryland that's limited and matched to the peak load, but going forward, the areas of stress are in the hundreds of megawatts. The larger problem at the PJM level, and let's just say assume it accrues in 29, 30, PJM's still a good bet. I mean, it's the largest footprint in the country. It's got huge capacity in the queues, needs to be managed better in our view. And that procurement at the footprint-wide level will deliver that reliability assurance for Maryland based on the historic way Maryland has always operated. One other point I'd note is in terms of Maryland being an energy desert, Maryland's been importing energy on an economic basis since 1990 based on the EIA data consistently at the levels we currently see. That's because it's cheaper to produce power in other parts of PJM. Now, going forward into a decarbonization world with better pacing over a longer term, that needs to be transformed at some point, and where it locates may change over time. But that, for the immediate future, out to 2030, the period I think we're looking at, which I don't want to lose focus, that we also have to be thinking about the long term, that continued reliance on imports is an important part of providing affordable and reliable power to Maryland. So Stu and I are normally adversaries. On this one, hopefully I'm saying some things that he will endorse.
Should I sit between you?
So actually, why don't we, if you got a response to her question.
First of all, I don't see Mr. Sussler as an adversary. We're after the same thing. We may disagree on necessarily the best way to get there, but I think we're both after the same goal. And it feels like I should clarify my statement about markets being unforgiving, Commissioner Sussler. So
I thought that was a possibility. Although I mean, so in clarifying your statement, I do want. I understand how the markets work, but what I'm asking is what can this commission do to encourage, and what can we do to avoid situations where we have the effect of discouraging? And this is just about baseload. So I'm not looking to generation on this side of the distribution grid. So I'm looking at generation that will be interconnected at the transmission level.
Right, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I think when you say you're relying on markets, what I think you're really saying is you're relying on the market participants' behavior on the basis of their participation in those markets and their willingness to invest on the supply side and actually procure their needs on the demand side. And all I meant when I said the markets weren't forgiving is a failure on market participants' actions to do those two things means that one side or the other is going to be exposed to market prices. So that's all I meant by that. And again, I sort of take Mr. Sussler's approach with respect to some more of the specifics, because I think your first panel was much more the experts than I am on what maybe the state can do and what authorities various state agencies have. I would say simply that we are going to need more resources, and we have to look at this transition to a cleaner grid as a transition. And so more broadly, we need to make sure that we don't force resources off the system before there are resources coming on the system that can replace the value that the current resources have been providing and do provide today from a reliability perspective. And Ms. Holder went through a lot of those aspects already. And then we have to make sure that we are facilitating an environment that is friendly to the investment that's going to be necessary. So more broadly, I think that's what's really required. The details as to sort of what the PSC specifically can do, I'll leave to the other experts.
Okay, well, anybody else want to chime in on this one? So.
Sure. And of course, as a NERC regional entity, I'm really not permitted to talk about encouraging one resource type over another, but I really need to just take the moment to say, there is no perfect resource, and diversity is key. With a perfect, even if you had a perfect resource, there could be some issue that surfaces with that resource, whether it's a supply chain risk, a physical security risk, whatever the case may be. And that perfect resource that was once perfect now has this risk, and your entire fleet has that issue. And then that could lead to a cascading event across the power system. So I just wanted to, take the moment to say, first of all, diversity is key, and making sure that the mix has the right number of baseload generators and the right number of essential reliability services, making sure all of that is happening is really the key from a reliability perspective. Now, what that mix looks like in terms of cost and environment, I know I can appreciate the difficulty in all of your jobs to actually have to balance all three of those. But I can say from a reliability perspective, that's the type of mix that we would be looking for. And then the other thing I just want to briefly mention, I get a little nervous when I see the headlines and I hear, whether it's locally in a community wanting economic development from data centers, or at our country's level talking about participating and winning the AI arms race. That makes me a little bit nervous. I feel like we need to be cautious around that, and we need to understand, and I think all of us in this room certainly can appreciate that without a reliable grid, there really isn't any AI arms race for us. There's no economic development prosperity. So we have to make sure we go about this in the right way, such that we don't have any problems, and then we're not even talking about a prosperous economy anymore, or an AI arms race, because we don't have that reliable grid that we've been so fortunate to have in this country. So thank you.
And I think I think would echo the kind of risk of putting all our eggs in any one basket, but I think would also emphasize the need to kind of identify and prioritize resources that can be deployed more rapidly, and just wanted to emphasize the resource deployment potential of battery storage, given that the accredited capacity values are quite high, the 57 to 78%, depending on the discharge durations that are in classes, 4 hours, 6, up to 10, and those can be comparable to traditional generation. I think the other upshot is that they have very short, relatively short construction times. I think GridLive estimated about 20 months when we talk about them like they're toddlers, so little under 2 years. And I think that given that the interconnection queue is, there's a pause on new studies through mid-2026, so you're looking at 26, maybe 1 to 2 years for the more efficient study process, and then additional time to construction. So I think that period is really critical. So that's sort of the potential. I think the challenge that was touched on in the first panel is getting these projects to pencil. So this is something, hearing that the wholesale market revenues aren't adequate to support the development at the level that's needed. And I think this isn't unique to Maryland. The New York Public Service Commission also identified those gaps in its energy storage order. So thinking about ways to kind of bridge that gap in terms of financing to get those projects to completion, I think, and really thinking about which ones have the most kind of bang for the buck and how do we get that most quickly.
So I'm assuming that sort of recognizing that the challenges in meeting resource adequacy needs in terms of the PJM grid as a whole are not within the purview of any one regulatory authority, except maybe FERC. To the extent that generation can be deployed on the distribution grid, and it could be storage. Well, storage is not generation, but at least it'll store whatever generation comes on. I'm assuming that would help deal with some of the resource adequacy issues, some of the reliability issues. I guess you can. I'm not sure how much more that you can sort of respond to this, but I guess maybe just a simple yes would be okay. But if you have more to add to that, in terms of trying to solve the reliability and resource adequacy issue by bringing more generation on the distribution side of the grid.
So yes, I think simple yes there, and just to add a bit more.
I love simple yeses. Yes, please.
I think the use case there may be more around demand flexibility, so having these distributed energy resources able to manage that demand in a way that can help address or even obviate the need for some generation at the transmission level. So I think that those systems are interacting, and there's a role for those distributed resources as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Simple yes from me too.
Yes.
We're big proponents of distributed energy resources and their role in the future grid. We're working very hard at that through FERC Order 2222 compliance and those types of areas as well. The more visibility we have as the grid operator into what's happening at the distribution level, the more efficiently and effectively we can operate the grid reliably, but certainly big proponents of DERs. And just wanted to clarify one
Okay,
quick point.
but can you go back to the visibility? So what would you recommend in terms of greater visibility on what's happening on? I mean, I understand that demand response has been a bit of a challenge. So what would help you to sort of better manage that aspect?
Knowledge of what's coming at the distribution level, so that we can work that into our forecasts as accurately and transparently as we can. And then as it comes on the system, real-time visibility into what those resources are doing, so that again we can include them in our short-term forecast as well and operate the grid with that recognition. That's what I meant by visibility.
Okay.
And just one real quick point to Ms. Freed's comments on the interconnection queue. We have recognized the implications of the transition process that we are going through. That was a result of the stakeholder negotiations and FERC approval of our interconnection queue reform. And nobody foresaw the load growth that we are now expecting. And so we have three things underway in order to get more resources into the queue even while we're going through the transition. And that's CIR transfers, surplus interconnection service, and the reliability resource initiative, all of which are almost about ready to be filed with FERC. So I just want to make sure the Commission was aware of those three things as well.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Did you?
Well, I was going to say yes.
All right, fair enough. Okay, that works.
And maybe I should stop there because
Okay, that's fine.
I tend to go on.
No, it's fine. So, Mr. Bresler, I don't feel like you're being picked on, but I understand that you're kind of double booked, and so this is our one shot at talking to you. So the trend in the weather has been that we've been getting warmer here, but we still have these catastrophic temperature events. The polar vortexes, and then it's other situations when we have those times in the summertime when it's triple digits both for temperature and humidity. And at those situations, PJM is running full out, I guess, for want of a better word, all the resources. And I've have been briefed on the process that PJM goes through when you're at peak demand and you have to do certain things to maintain the whole system, the voltage reduction, and then the blackout things. And I know we've never gotten to that second thing, but my question is when you go to those emergency situations, that applies to all the customers, including data centers?
It would apply to all network loads.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know how the future is going to unfold with how data centers are interconnected to the system, given the pace at which they're being interconnected. So I can't speak to the future yet. We're trying to work through those issues. As things stand today, PJM network load is PJM network load, and I think you're asking about load shedding procedures if we need it. Yeah, those are dictated and not dictated, sorry, documented in our manuals. And there's a process that goes through sort of a zone's capacity that it brought to the system versus its capacity obligation from inside the zone, all the way through what's actually operating on a day-ahead real-time basis, so that we prioritize accordingly as to where the shortfalls actually exist in a load shed situation. But overall, network load is network load.
So the data centers would have to deal with it, I guess.
Yeah.
And for them, I mean, the option is either slow down their operations or turn on their backup generators, correct?
My understanding is the majority, if not all of these data centers are being built with backup generation capability, so that if there's ever a time where they are forced to disconnect, they can operate with that backup generation, yes.
Okay. Second question, so hypothetically, if this commission authorized one of the distribution utilities to engage in a generation project, they basically would just have to take their place in line in the interconnection queue, correct? I mean, there's no way to have them jump to the head of the line, right?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
Okay. Let's see. So, for related to the first question, and maybe this isn't in your part of expertise, but when Exelon gets the request from PJM about things you have to do regarding the load, as far as load shedding, things like that, you just implement that, correct?
If I understand your question correctly, I would also defer that question a little bit
Okay,
beyond.
that's
beyond-
fine. I understand. I'm
fair.
going outside your, but
That's fair.
obviously you're
I think
the
makes
people implementing what they tell
Sure,
you
and we
to
do have
Yeah.
other folks from the company who could potentially
Right.
speak to that, but
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, well, I think that's everything for this panel. I want to thank all of you there, and I guess what I want to do is I actually want to go see if we can get through panel 3 before we take the lunch break. So, yeah, so we'll take a 2-minute break while we
I know, right? That's
people,
okay. No, I was glad.
get So if folks could take their seats, we want to try and get back on the schedule. Thank you. This is panel 3, Innovative Solutions, State Focus, and as we did with the previous panel, if we just kind of go starting this end, just go right down and introduce yourselves, and then we'll go to questions. So.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Chris West. I'm the state senator from District 42, which includes northern Baltimore County and mostly northern Carroll County.
Good morning, Chair Hoover, members of the Commission. Damon Krieger for Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative.
Good morning. Tori Giesler for First Energy.
Good morning, Delegate Lorig Charkoudian.
David Lapp, Maryland People's Council.
Good morning, Sari Amiel, Sierra Club.
Shannon Freedy, Maryland Energy Administration.
Okay, so Commissioner Barbe.
Okay, so we don't have opening statements from you, so let me just come straight out of the box and ask, what is the most appropriate solution in the next 5 years? And I'm well known for my love of nuclear energy, but those beasts take a very long time to implement. So aside from that, what should we be doing that we should be doing in the next 5 years in Maryland? Go.
You're looking at me?
Well, going from left to right.
Okay,
So.
fine.
I mean, if, you know.
I've developed 4 proposed bills that I plan to, in one way or another, introduce in the General Assembly. The first would be a task force next year to basically take what we're doing this morning with the most knowledgeable people in the state on electrical issues, energy issues, put them in a room and say, come up with a plan. We're not going to come up with a plan today, but if people focus and have meetings like this with some frequency and some intensity next year, I think the folks can come up with a plan of recommendations for the General Assembly to attend to in 2026. Secondly, it seems to me we should change the law in the Public Utilities article to change it from the Commission may allow an investor-owned electric company to construct generating facilities and change the law to say the Commission, as necessary, shall require an investor-owned electric company to construct facilities, giving the power, the authority to the Public Service Commission to tell our utilities to get involved in the electrical generating business once again. Thirdly, I think we've got a problem. We have a 2035 basically deadline to stop generating electricity in Maryland using natural gas, coal, oil, et cetera, which would close down all of our electrical generating facilities except Calvert Cliffs and Conowingo, and perhaps some of the new solar energies, possibly if we get the wind going. At the moment, solar and wind provide 4% of our electricity, so it's not a meaningful amount. 2036 is the deadline date. So my bill would say that until Maryland reaches 50% of its electricity generated through renewable resources, plus nuclear, plus geothermal, plus hydroelectric, till we get to that 50% threshold, facilities which generate electricity from natural gas will be permitted. And then once we get to the 50% threshold, the Public Service Commission is directed to work out a timetable for gradually phasing out the use of natural gas and substituting the continued increase in renewable resources to generate our electricity. That would basically take the 2035 deadline off the table and give incentives to organizations which might want to create, build, construct, acquire natural gas plants to do it because they won't have to close down in 2035. And then finally, another bill that I think Delegate Brian Crosby is going to take off my hands, which would require industrial data centers which will consume more than 20 megawatts of electrical power per year to generate their own electrical power, either through backup facilities or for some other way, so that they won't take power away from Maryland's existing power grid. For example, there's apparently a proposal for a facility in Calvert County near Calvert Cliffs. I don't want that facility to take the electricity currently that we use generated from Calvert Cliffs and use it themselves. They should generate their own electricity.
Before we go to Mr. Krieger, when you say produce their own electricity, I assume you mean in state, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
That's not part of the bill, but it's a good idea. I will make sure that gets added.
My instincts are intact.
Good morning, Commissioner Barve. So I'll say a few things on behalf of the cooperative. I think we're probably less concerned with the 5-year horizon as compared to the longer term 5+ year horizon. We're unique among the utilities in the state in that we have a managed power portfolio. So the fact that we're able to manage every aspect of the supply chain gives us a little bit more flexibility in terms of how we ensure that our customers have supply at the end of the day. And so that flexibility, while it may not be innovative in itself, it's certainly unique in the state. And when you think about longer term horizons, there at least is an opportunity to hedge through longer term bilateral agreements with facilities for all aspects of the supply stack. And so that's a helpful that's a helpful place that we're in as a result of having that managed power portfolio. So it gives us the opportunity to look out a longer term horizon. Certainly in terms of other discussion points today, what I'll call the BYOG proposition, the bring your own generation proposal, seems to make sense with large load facilities. Certainly with data centers, we've talked a lot about Calvert Cliffs and other proceedings here, and that's within SMECO's service territory, so it's certainly a point of concern for us. And I don't think we're talking about backup diesel generation, which is obviously not clean generation, so it doesn't necessarily address the state's concerns. But the notion of bringing your own generation to offset the load through it could be through steel in the ground, or it could be through contracted for generation. It doesn't necessarily have to be steel in the ground per se. Would certainly offset some of the resource adequacy issues. So I think I'll pause there.
So at First Energy, we are very concerned about the timing, so I really appreciate this particular question. Our perspective is that an all of the above approach, as mentioned by Mr. Bressler earlier, is hypercritical to the solution for our region at large to be able to solve for this challenge. In thinking about that, there really are 3 primary principles that we're looking to as being mandatory to keep at the forefront, and that is the best interests of customers, ensuring that the timing is as expeditious as possible in bringing those solutions to bear, and in ensuring that risk management is sufficient for all players so as to encourage and keep everyone driving in the same direction and moving forward. In terms of the solutions that could be addressed in the next 5 years, I do want to recognize the suggestion of maintaining existing generation. We do believe that in that all of the above approach, dispatchable generation is going to remain a critical component, while we are also leveraging all of the other existing technologies. And so it's going to be very important for us to make sure that we are very thoughtful in eliminating anything at the same time that we are leveraging these additional technologies, recognizing the fact that the constructs that we are all living under today, whether it be at PJM or in our individual jurisdictions, like Maryland, were never designed to be facing the challenges that we have today. And so taking a look at those constructs and thinking about how we can leverage and modernize them in ways that account for today's challenges, with an appreciation for the fact that the challenges they were designed to solve for are not those that we're sitting here today facing. The Maryland Commission is uniquely poised in that it is looked to as an expert in its field in this realm, not only within the state of Maryland, but also within the region for its geographic area as a trusted voice in the energy sector. And that being the case, as a commission, you have the ability to continue this conversation, to drive that collaboration, and in fact, to drive education. There are a lot of us sitting in this room that understand very well what this problem is, but that is not necessarily the case for other key decision makers and stakeholders that need to be part of this conversation. And so you taking a leading role in that is going to be incredibly important. You driving the collection of data that is relevant to Maryland's experience, that accounts for some of the gaps in the data that we believe exist today from a modeling standpoint. And also in terms of collaborating, and I mean not only within the bounds of Maryland's territory, but also with your peers in the region, because as has been recognized today, there is definitely going to be this interregional dependence to whatever solution happens because of the fact that Maryland is a net importer while there are other jurisdictions just over the border that are net exporters. And so having a very real and honest dialogue about what those solutions look like with peers in the immediate term is going to become very important.
And thank you for sucking up.
I think you're awesome too. And also, I think that in the short term, in the next 5 years, as I've discussed earlier, I do think that prioritizing battery storage as a no regrets path while we continue to gather the data that's needed, while we continue to build an energy plan, while we make the hard decisions about if it's appropriate to change the role of utilities in terms of owning generation, all of those things, I think the moving forward very quickly with energy storage on the distribution grid, and moving forward quickly with the storage that is poised to come out of the PJM queue. So without any changes, without even having a reliability initiative work for battery storage, whether or not that happens, there's storage coming out of the queue. And I'm really encouraging that and hoping that we pass legislation that drives the commission to be able to do a procurement for that storage as early as November, because then it's to start in November. It takes a while for it to be completed, and then 18 months to 2 years for it to be online. So it would be online in 28, 29, in a way that really protects us then while we continue to work on whatever else it turns out we need to do, which I think everyone has said we need more information, we need more planning, we need more time. But I think that whatever else gets built, storage is gonna supplement it. And in terms of long-term decarbonization, I know there's proposals to slow down decarbonization. I don't agree that we have to do that, but even if we did have to do that, the storage would become no regrets in the sense that it would support the long-term decarbonization at whatever scale we end up going for. So I think that is the top priority. The one other thing I want to mention that I'm still in the process of in conversations with a number of experts on what exactly we could do in Maryland, but it is as transmission is getting built through Maryland, making sure that we're maximizing the use of grid enhancing technologies on that transmission, because I think if we're going to invest in transmission, which is happening, investing in a way that decreases by 20% the additional transmission, we know we're going to have to build more transmission even after what's in front of us. So I think the PSC, the legislature, designing systems that, to the extent that it is within our jurisdiction in the state to maximize the use of GETs on that transmission, I think that is a piece that hasn't really been talked about as much, and I do think that is a piece that sort of moves us along in terms of resource adequacy, in terms of, in the near term, sort of the lower hanging fruit, even before we're ready to make those other big decisions.
Thank you for the question, and I want to start just by saying that I think it's important to be deliberate and not to get caught up in a huge sense of urgency. There is a need to take action, but if we rush too quickly, there are plenty of private entities, many of whom are in the room, and there are hundreds, if not billions of dollars at issue here, and most of those dollars are going to be paid for by ratepayers. And so we need to really think through what the issues are, what the problems are. So we need much better information. We highlighted in our written comments some of that need for information. You heard Mr. Sussler describe earlier about how the problems are local. There's a PJM-wide problem that Maryland has less of an opportunity to address, but within the local deliverability areas in Maryland, we have hundreds of megawatts, not thousands. And so we need to identify really what the issues are, where the problems are, and then narrowly tailor solutions to those problems. Because we can jump in and have big solutions that cost big dollars, and what's going to happen? That's just going to increase costs for ratepayers. So the commission needs to get the data and also to use the technical expertise that the commission has to provide good advice to the General Assembly. I do think that there are some actions that the commission can take that are really fall in no regrets actions. A few of them have been mentioned. One is planning and getting information. Another is demand response and energy efficiency. I'm prepared to address in detail the problems and sort of the slowness of the utilities demand response. We've documented those, and I'm happy in some of our recent reports, and I'm happy to talk more about that. Rate design is another more immediate thing. So, demand response can be addressed quickly. We can make relatively fast changes in the next few years, and there are commission processes underway for time of use rates. We have the Drive Act. We have proceedings on demand response. GETS is another, Delegate Charkoudian mentioned that. That's important. Distribution planning is important. And storage is also a no regrets policy. It's one of the fastest things that we can move on, and we do have state goals to meet. Finally, just a few regrets actions that I think we should avoid, and that is any action that is not narrowly tailored and that risks over-investing on the backs of ratepayers, where ratepayers are taking risk and removing risk from private actors that can carry that risk. And that includes taking risks on unproven technologies. And a big risk is utility ownership of generation, which would be a major policy decision entailing potentially huge risks that would fall to ratepayers who have already experienced rapidly increasing rates, as the Commission is aware. So, thank you.
Thank you for the question. So there is really a whole hierarchy of solutions that Maryland could take to minimize ratepayer costs and maximize the availability of new resources. And I think a number of what I was going to mention has been touched on by other panelists, but I'll just go through them sort of in order of preference. So I would say, first off, it's really important to increase the potential of the existing grid through strategies such as reconductoring and grid-enhancing technologies. These could bolster the capacity of existing transmission lines without necessitating considerable new construction. Secondly, there is the potential of demand management solutions, both passive demand management programs such as time of use rates and other similar pricing mechanisms, as well as more active, smart charge management type programs. And some of the demand on our system is more flexible than other forms of demand. So, for example, electric vehicle charging with especially medium and heavy duty electric vehicles can present a more flexible form of demand than, for example, data centers. So it's important to distinguish and treat demand in that way. Maryland should also then consider non-wires alternatives, including distributed energy resources, accompanying energy storage, microgrids. Some of these have been touched on by the other panelists. Then I would say it's important to upgrade the distribution grid so it can better accommodate the needs of these new distribution energy resources and the higher loads that are created by transportation and building electrification in the state. This really requires more proactive grid planning and investments on the part of utilities, which can use strategies such as hosting capacity mapping and better load forecasting to really enable efficient distribution grid upgrades. I would say all of these strategies together could really be good no-regret solutions that enable Maryland to bridge capacity shortfalls until it's able to bring online new transmission infrastructure and ideally obviate the need to build at least some of the new transmission projects that are being considered. And then large transmission upgrades and building out large new transmission facilities can be more costly than these, but are more optimal than, I would say, building new fossil fuel power plants, which should be sort of at the end of the list. Thank you.
So I think to avoid repetition on demand-side resources, maximizing enrollment, and on supporting energy storage, which I think are very important in the near term, will just sort of briefly rehabilitate advanced nuclear, which is to say, while it is true, these technologies are not commercially demonstrated yet, I think mid-2030s may be feasible, and that there are likely steps we need to be taking now in order to facilitate that development. Just as one example, MEA partnered with X Energy in 2022 to examine coal to nuclear replacement opportunities. So I think investigating those benefits and challenges now, and those methods that were used are intended it could be used for additional candidate facilities in the state. So I think kind of widening that aperture and allowing time for outreach and community consultation near term as well. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a follow-up. Although I will comment, I love the fact that we now have no regrets as a replacement for low-hanging fruit. I'm just trying to keep up with these cliches here. So, Mr. Lapp, I hear what you say with respect to utilities being not as quick as you might intend with respect to energy efficiency and other measures, but obviously, what kind of incentives do you feel comfortable with us using? Because, having been a CFO of a company myself, just giving me reimbursement of my costs is not going to incentivize me to do much of anything. So obviously there are PIMs, performance incentives, and there's regulatory assets. I mean, are these the kind of incentive mechanisms we should be considering for efficiency and other near-term solutions for our resource adequacy problems?
Thank you for the question. For demand response, which I think is one of the things that really can most immediately help address potentially looming resource adequacy issues in Maryland's areas. Right now, the utilities just propose in their Empower programs what they want as far as goals. And in the last cycle, none of the utilities proposed goals. They enrolled far fewer. And then depending on, we don't have great data, but some of this is in our April 15 report from earlier this year, and then following up in I think October 15 report. We talk about how they have their programs are pretty small in scope and scale. They're limited to HVAC programs. During Winter Storm Elliott, there was no demand response because they did not have any winter demand response programs. They are limited really to air conditioning. We have aggressive goals in Maryland for heat pump water heaters, which are one of the greatest ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also address demand response. But the point is that they have no goals. I don't think you need incentives. I think you can, as the commission, you can tell the utilities what their goals should be for demand response. You can have input on what those goals from different stakeholders should be, and direct them to meet to file plans consistent with those goals. I'm not sure that you need incentives. We just need to move past the point where it's really an ad hoc offering that the utilities provide in their Empower plans, and that's generally what I think. I think you have authority to tell them what to do, and if they don't do it, then you have possible consequences, or you can address that. I think that your responsibility and your statutory authority is to supervise and regulate the utilities, and right now they're really not doing a lot on the demand response side, and that's really that can really effectively address, because the system, the resource adequacy, is about the peak demand. So if we can address that on the load side, we can make pretty significant progress. So,
given the hour, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Sussman.
Okay, so as a Maryland commissioner, I'm very mindful of the jurisdictional split between us and FERC, and so kind of mucking around in the area, I just want to make sure that whatever we do doesn't overly complicate the jurisdictional challenges between both the commission, Maryland Commission, and FERC. So, and I've read through the proposals in giving or sort of maybe clarifying or recognizing that utilities have the ability to step in when there are resource adequacy challenges and to build out to meet those challenges. The concern I have is utilities sort of building out generation for the first time in 25 years, and having that be a ratepayer paid exercise, and then having them be able to sell that power into the PJM market creates jurisdictional complexities I can't even sort of begin to parse through. So I guess the question that I have is should the commission allow for or be directed to allow for the utilities to be able to build out generation? How do we prevent sort of, I guess on the one hand, how do we prevent that kind of jurisdictional nightmare in terms of how you price it and how you allow for cost recovery, but also how do we guarantee that generation be used only for Maryland ratepayers, which itself presents a jurisdictional challenge separate from the Federal Power Act, and that's the Commerce Clause. So for example, do we allow for generation build out if it's on the distribution side of the equation, or do we allow for PPAs even if they're interconnected at the transmission level? So I guess I'm sort of presenting, how do we avoid creating what I see as sort of a jurisdictional nightmare in terms of because we're sort of stepping into something that hasn't been done in 25 years. How do we have this work well for those situations where we do need the resource? We don't have entities kind of stepping up, and at the same time avoid the jurisdictional challenges around the Federal Power Act and the Commerce Clause. So hopefully I'm not sort of overwhelming the panels, but.
I'll jump in. I'll try to answer the question. I'm not sure if you're suggesting that there is a need. For utility.
Yeah, so let's just assume that there is a need and no one is stepping up. And it could be, it could be a very small. It could be we could, for example, allow utilities to invest in community solar. Or community solar and storage, or work with community solar as if we just, without necessarily identifying what the generation build out is, assuming that we find that there could be value to the grid, and I understand your position is that utilities should not be allowed to build. But if we were to allow that, how do we, for example, protect ratepayers? Certainly, it just seems to me, I can't imagine a situation where we're going to allow utilities to build out generation and then use that generation to participate in the capacity market, because I don't even understand how we can sort of parse through the jurisdictional challenges of cost recovery. But
I guess I wouldn't I don't understand. I don't want to. I want to accept your premise, but I want to push back a little bit as well, because I think the the commission could decide to do a procurement, and then the question is whether if nobody showed up for the procurement, then and whether the utilities participated in that were able to participate in that procurement or not would be a separate question.
But who would buy the power under that procurement? I mean, it would be a PPA, I'm assuming. And then that's actually why I'm actually asking this question, because I'm sort of looking to see if there are approaches that we can take. So maybe that is one of the solutions that we might want to look at. And I'm not holding you to it, but I am sort of asking if you can, and maybe this is something that you can kind of take back and think about.
Certainly we can take it back and think about it. And these are complicated, questions. With the CPC, the plant that went up to the Supreme Court, that was a procurement that from the commission, and so the commission could do a procurement. I know I'll toss it over to Delegate Charkoudian here in a second, because her legislation would do a procurement. I do think that there's some existing authority where the commission could do a procurement. If the utilities participated in that procurement, there would have to be, from our perspective, a lot done, a lot of measures done to make sure that procurement was an effectively competitive procurement. Utilities have lots of advantages, in terms of information, in terms of access to land, rights of way, that sort of thing.
And that procurement would go for SOS? Is that the thinking on this one?
Yes,
Okay.
I think it could go through SOS, but again, you would want to think about that pretty hard, because if the procurement, any type of long-term contract is going to, lock customers in for those costs, and if the market does better than those costs, then customers are going to be stuck paying those costs. And if it's just done through the SOS procurement, retail supply, and it's not a non-bypassable charge, retail suppliers are going to come in and take customers off of SOS, which might be good for those customers, but it's not going to be help pay for that procurement. And so, SOS rates would go up. So there's lots of different dynamics in play. But I do think that a procurement could be done, consistent with the Hughes decision. It depends on the details. The court there emphasized whether the utility was taking ownership of the or whether it was in the PJM market, and those are nuances that I think the commission would have to work through.
I think that what's important to think about is we're considering. I think you're starting with a premise. I appreciate the thought exercise you're sort of asking us to go through, and so I think it's a challenging one. And actually, before I go down that path, I just want to say I think that the questions that you're asking, the questions that are being asked, are really important ones. They are a major departure from what our policy has been. That's not to say that they're the wrong departure, but it's part of why the way that I've been thinking about this issue in front of us is take some steps now so that we feel comfortable about where we're going to be in 28 and 29, the storage, some of the changes to solar, those kinds of things, getting that built while we continue to wrestle with what I think are real challenging issues, because I don't have the answers to all of your questions or everyone's questions.
Oh, well.
I know, sorry to disappoint. But that is, I guess what I want to take this moment to say, that's why I'm thinking about this as like, here's the short-term things that we know we can do, that we know regardless of what those other paths look like, these short-term steps will be helpful to those other paths. And then that gives us time to do the work of building an energy plan, an integrated resource plan, considering the role of utilities, right? And not panicking right now and rushing to do any of those things, which may or may not be the right paths in the long term. And so I feel like that's the bigger takeaway that I feel more confident in as our path. specifically to the questions that you're asking, I think the question that we have to ask if we're thinking about utility ownership of generation is, what are the reasons the market isn't building that generation? And is it because of these other cost constraints we've put on the market, right? Like, so we have ACPs, and if our ACPs were higher, probably the solar and the storage and the wind and all that would get built. But are we willing to raise those ACPs for that to happen, right? Because we want to protect ratepayers. Well, if we say, well, so it's not getting built in the market because our ACPs are too low, but we're going to let utilities build it and rate base it, well, it's probably going to cost more to ratepayers doing it that way, right? So I think we need to come back to say, like, why is the stuff not getting built under our current market mechanisms? And is it a market failure? Is it a incentives failure? And do we think it's actually lower cost to ratepayers for the utilities to build it? Is that why we're thinking about doing that? Or does it end up costing ratepayers actually more for the utilities to build it? So I'm not I don't have a ideological position on whether utilities or the market is better. I might have done something different 25 years ago, but right now I don't have an ideological position, and I hope we're not coming from an ideological position on this, because the stakes are too high to like marry our ideologies. But I do think if we're saying that, like, as people are saying, like, okay, the system's not working, so let utilities own the stuff. Why do we think that then it's going to get built, and why do we think that's going to be cheaper for ratepayers than it would be to change these other structures? I don't know the answers to that, but those are the kinds of questions that I think we're going to have to be asking ourselves, and I'm hoping that doing some short-term things that buy us a little more time let us really wrestle with those questions.
I'm actually wondering if both of your positions could be sort of married, in the sense that that could be one of the considerations in a procurement, is it, or perhaps it comes about because of a threshold finding that somehow the market is not working, so that it only that it only comes into play. And I'm mostly just throwing this out as you said, a thought mechanism or thought process, so that the assumption is that utilities would not build, but that they might build if certain threshold findings are made. So there is a demonstration that the market is not working, but that the resources are still needed.
I think that's an interesting and important thought. I would think there'd be another question, and that is, why, if the market is not working, is it utility? What about utility ownership would solve the problem for the market not working? The utilities, whether it be whatever generation, whatever supply side, whether it be storage or whether it be, a gas plant, utilities are getting the equipment from the same vendors as competitive entities, and we'd really want to think hard about whether utilities which would come back if it's rate based and could come back and ask for more money, whereas a competitive procurement is more likely to be subject to a fixed cost and not have ratepayers taking the risk of being that backstop, when competitive entities are really going to the same vendors and they're doing the same sort of things that the utility would be doing, and we just don't have, I don't think, I haven't seen evidence that utilities are better than competitive generation companies at building generation. I heard an anecdote from Calpine, self-interested, down in Louisiana. They built a plant for something like 750 a kilowatt, and 2 years later Entergy came and built a very similar plant for $1,600 a kilowatt. And whether a utility is really cheaper or a better alternative, when ultimately they're going to the same original equipment manufacturers and that sort of thing I think
Right.
is a
No,
big
actually,
question.
what I'm suggesting is if there's a demonstration of market failure for whatever reason, without sort of going into the specifics of it, does it make sense? Because, ultimately we have a responsibility to keep the lights on and keep them on in an affordable way. So if there's a market failure, is there an opportunity at that moment for the utilities to step in? Because they will step in if we ask them to, or if perhaps we direct them to. Because that will assure that the lights stay on. And because utilities do earn a return on their investment, that's why they're there. And so it just may be in those situations where there is a market failure that we have the ability to say, we can find a solution, as opposed to, well, I'm sorry, we asked the market to step in and it didn't.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think what does it look like when we ask the market to step in? I mean, if the commission does a competitive procurement, it seems to me that that's going to be similarly backed, at least at some level, by ratepayers or taxpayers, and the market is going to fill that need. Whether it's the market is working right now, we can talk more. We've already talked about the problems in the PJM market, which we think are real and significant, but also hope can be fixed.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see, it's getting kind of late here, but let me just allow you, Delegate Shargudian, just to talk a little more about this procurement, this competitive procurement that we would execute out of the commission. Given that there are 3,000 megawatts already in the queue, and it doesn't appear that we're going to see any action on the queue until at least 2026. Let me let you respond to one of the concerns is, would we be getting in front of private capital? Would we be discouraging market solutions like the ones that are already in the queue, on one hand, and then also as far as just who's going to pay, how do we be sure that that is the most cost competitive way to go about procuring those resources, getting those resources, on the market, making sure that they actually get constructed, as opposed to just letting the market work. Do you want to just talk a little more about your proposal and maybe answer some of those questions?
Sure. So let me try to go sort of through. I'll try to do the short-term, medium, long-term part of the proposal. So the initial short-term is that right now we don't have a procurement mechanism for transmission-connected storage in the state. And the Public Service Commission Working Group and your staff is extraordinary, and I think they're doing a great job, and they're on a path to put in place processes that will be excellent a couple of years down the line. My proposal as it relates to storage is that we actually do a sort of emergency procurement, right, with the idea of getting storage online in 2028, 29 at the latest, that would happen in the fall of next year, latest January of 26. That would be picking up the storage that is going to be coming out of the PJM queue late 2025, early 2026. So it is coming out of the queue. There's somewhere between 800 and I've seen numbers of 1,600 coming that could be in Maryland to like 3,500 that could be in Maryland that are scheduled to come out within that time frame. So the idea is we would pick it up as quickly as possible. Specifically, my suggestion is that competitive procurement be a procurement for the missing money, essentially, the value of that storage in terms of avoided transmission, avoided generation, and avoided emissions, and that that would be a fixed price payment for that storage, for those avoided costs that the developers would have to demonstrate, and then the rest of the revenue would have to come from the markets. And so those developers would continue to operate in those markets, and they would bid in the capacity, ancillary, and wholesale markets, and they would finish out their revenue stack that way. It's not necessarily the best of all the worlds. There's advantages and disadvantages to the different ways that one can procure storage. The reason that I'm supporting this one for one-time round at PSC, even while PSC considers other ways of procuring storage in the state, is because I think it's the simplest and it can be done the most quickly, and I think we need to do it quickly. So that's my suggestion for storage. On the distribution grid, it's about ordering the utilities to build and or procure third-party storage as long as it meets cost-benefit criteria that we're putting in the bill. In terms of other utility scale, so solar, land-based wind, any other hydro, although I don't think there's much that's going to come on in the state at this point, instead of using RECs, SRECs, and Tier 1 RECs at the utility scale, the suggestion is to run competitive procurements annually every 18 months, every 24 months, which create essentially a variable priced REC, very similar to the OREC model. And so the idea is that you get a sort of a fixed price in the OREC context, and then what it allows for is it allows us to be realistic and respond to the markets that are in front of us while using competitive mechanisms to drive down the price. And because it's a fixed price like an OREC, it has the ability to shift the hedge value of clean energy to the ratepayers. So unlike with RECs that can have a higher value, and even once the market is functioning and penciling for developers, ratepayers continue to pay for the value of that REC. So the competitive procurement model allows us to shift the hedge value to ratepayers so that over time, if, God forbid, but likely, energy prices continue to go up, we're then paying less and less, and eventually, potentially, the revenues from those from those projects that the ratepayers have taken on the risk for are actually going back to the ratepayers.
Okay, so it's your theory that if without these procurements, these resources that are in the queue may not come to market, and this is a guarantee. This is something that will further incentivize. That is my argument, and I think that what we're being told is, and what we're seeing with the reality of, in the case of utility scale solar not getting built, is that the current ACPs just aren't allowing the projects to pencil, and so rather than just raising those ACPs in a way that could be sort of more reckless to ratepayers, shifting to this competitive procurement that allows for sort of higher subsidies potentially early on, but subsidies that are likely to decrease over time, protects ratepayers and ensures that we're getting the projects online. Okay, and then that's the same for storage as well. Is that same issue, same challenge for these storage projects that are in the queue?
Essentially, I'm suggesting those two would be slightly different mechanisms, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then Delegate West, and I just interested in your
Used to be delegate, now senator.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah.
I used to be a low delegate like Kumar Barve there.
I apologize. It's right here on my paper here, and I'm sorry. Just your recommendation that we create an energy plan, I guess, have this blue ribbon commission. Have you had a chance to work with the administration, specifically Maryland Energy Administration? Because it seems like your proposal, also even the proposal of the, I believe Sierra Club and NRDC have also suggested having some kind of energy plan, maybe even fashioned after New Jersey's master energy plan. Have you talked any of these organizations, I mean, just to see if we could expedite the process of moving forward with this suggestion? Because it seems like there's a lot of support already for it.
Yeah, I'm trying to develop as much support as I can before we meet and before I actually give it to legislative services to get it drafted. I've met with BG&E, I've met with PJM, I've met with PSEG, I've talked to the Office of People's Counsel. I have not yet met with the Sierra Club. I'd welcome comments and suggestions as to how we should comprise that organization, that commission, how many people should be on it, what organizations should be represented, who should be the chair, and what the mission of the organization is. But it seems to me if we have meetings like this next year, starting as early as next year as possible, and have them on a monthly basis, of very intelligent and experienced people, we surely could come up with metrics by the end of the year as to what we can expect to happen if we do nothing, if we stay on the same trajectory by 2030, 35, and 40. And suppose, for example, we decide we want to import no more than 25% of our electricity by 30, 35, and 40. What would the different trajectory produce in terms of results? And if the conclusion is that the new trajectory would produce better results for the ratepayers in Maryland, what legislation does the General Assembly need to pass in order to get there? And I'd welcome any, and also I will say, I've learned that once a bill is introduced, it leaves the power of the sponsor and it goes to the committee, and the committee deals with all sorts of people who want to contribute to the bill. So even if I weren't to meet with Sierra Club before the bill gets introduced, I'm sure they will be in the back room after the bill gets introduced with their own ideas as to how the bill ought to be changed to make it better.
Okay, well, just it seems like it's a good idea, just because I think New Jersey has got has I guess a plan that we could also look at. NASIO has got a plan on how this could work, and it seemed like it could potentially work very well with the PJM processes, just how they develop the RTEP every
It can cover
year.
storage, for example. There's no reason why storage wouldn't be an integral part of the plan.
Yeah, no, just because that kind of information, having a plan, having it, basically established by the state, carries a lot of weight when it goes to as an input to, again, the PJM planning processes in their RTEP. So
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Senator West, one note of caution regarding your commission idea. Before Maryland adopted the 1999 Act, then President Miller decided to create a commission to study the issue of restructuring the electricity industry and as a precursor to actually adopting legislation. So he created a commission that would have contained a number of stakeholders. Well, as you alluded to in the legislative process, everyone showed up and said, this commission is a wonderful idea as long as I'm on it. Yeah. And it got to a point where had all the people who wanted to be on the commission been on the commission, they would have had to meet down the road here at Camden Yards. Right. So I think what you may need to think about is being able to say no in some circumstances, or come up with some other mechanism to get participation from everybody who thinks they should be in the room without having it just become so unwieldy. So that's just the piece of advice on
Mr.
that.
Chair, I've said no a number of times during my legislative career, and there is the idea of ex officio.
Sure, yeah, and that
commission members that have voting power, and then other people who are invited to attend the meetings.
And that actually was the final solution in that situation. Essentially, the commission itself was limited mainly to policy folks within the government, and then the ex officio group was literally everybody else. Second question, on the proposal you talked about regarding changing the language in the current deregulation law about what utilities can do when they come to make a generation project, and you wanted to change it from may to shall and when necessary. I guess, have you given thought about what the triggering language would be? I mean, because the way it works here, we tend to sort of react to proposals that are brought to us as opposed to us actually initially act. So I just want you to expand on that. So,
well, let me tell you how I got the idea in the first place. Mm-hmm. To come back to one of Commissioner Barve's cliches, low-hanging fruit. It seemed to me the low-hanging fruit in this case was the Wagner and the Brandon Shores facilities, which Talon wants to close at the end of the year and shutter. The Baldwin Gas and Electric Company has natural gas lines that are close to them. It could easily extend those lines to those two facilities and turn them into natural gas generating facilities. The infrastructure is all there. They can be up and running pretty quickly. But I met with BG&E and they said, well, we can't do it. The law says we can't do it. So my thought was, well, I'm a legislator. We can change the law. if that's the low-hanging fruit, if that's what seems to make practical sense in terms of something we could do pretty quickly in order to deal with this issue, why don't we do it by changing the law? So that's how I got the idea. No, at the moment, I haven't thought of putting criteria down for how the commission would decide what's necessary. But I think commissions like yours frequently deal with more generalized instructions, and they don't need to have all the bullet points of exactly what you need to deal with. I think I'd be happy to consider putting bullet points in there. But I sort of think the as necessary, if the Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, once the legislation is passed, were to come to you and say, we would like permission to acquire Brandon Shores and Wagner and re-equip them to go back into business again, I think you have all the information you need to make a decision about whether that's necessary.
Okay. And then finally on, I think you said another proposal was going to be related to data centers, that if they locate, they need to kind of bring their own power, I guess, is for one of them.
Generate their own power.
So were you going to put any limitations on the type of power that they could bring? Or is it sort of whatever?
Yes. No, I some years ago, as Commissioner Barbee may recall, I was the guy who wanted to ban the burning of coal in Maryland to generate electricity. I still want to ban the burning of coal. So there will be, as far as I'm concerned, coal will not be in the equation. I also think oil should not be in the equation. Natural gas is plentiful and it's cheap and it's nearby. I think that would be my power source of choice until the renewables grow to such a point we don't need it anymore.
So your definition of oil, does that include diesel generation?
Well, I understand that's used for backup. I wouldn't want diesel to be used on a full-time basis to generate their power.
Okay. Sierra Club. So one of your comments was that we shouldn't really consider allowing or incentivizing or promoting fossil fuel generation as a way of trying to deal with this issue. But is there a situation where you would find that as an option, acceptable option, if it was conditioned on certain things like a set expiration date for the plant, inclusion of significant amounts of renewables to be co-located with any particular natural gas facility? Does any of those things make you less unwilling to accept it?
Well, I would say now is not a time to be building any new gas generation in Maryland or any other new fossil generation. I mean, just considering the Climate Solution Now Act's very ambitious goals that, as we've all discussed, will already be somewhat hard to meet in terms of renewable build-out, it's definitely going to undercut meeting those goals of reducing emissions by 60% below 2006 levels by 2031. And reaching net zero emissions by 2045. Those goals will definitely be undercut by any construction of new fossil plants. So I would definitely not be in favor of going in that direction. And I would just say that there are examples from multiple data center providers, large companies like Amazon and Google tend to have very ambitious clean energy goals of their own, including a desire to acquire energy, like 24/7 clean energy. So no, I think that the data center industry should be going more in a direction of clean power, and this commission could consider tariffs that support 24/7 clean energy or requirements on new data centers to co-locate and provide their own clean power, as opposed to going back toward more gas.
Okay. And Mr. Lapp, you talked about not just demand response, but also time of use rates as a possible way of dealing with this. But are you concerned about the impact that might have on your clients? I mean, I understand that the commercial customers, it's a little easier for them to do time of use rates because they can configure their systems and they actually employ people to think about this so that they can take advantage of that. But for a residential customer, I mean, maybe in the future the house or the appliances will be smart enough to figure out when it's time to turn themselves on. But if it's left to the individual residential consumer, aside from the ones that maybe own EVs and are sort of kind of being learning about the situation with time of use rates when it comes to charging their cars, Are you concerned that the lack of knowledge and education on the part of residential customers about the price of electricity at a certain time is going to cause some negative reaction to the use of time use rates?
I mean, we certainly are concerned in general about that. Yes, I think if you need to distinguish between opt-in, which is now utilities are required to adopt them under the Drive Act, and we had some positive experiences with the time of use pilots, and certainly I think that eventually that's where we need to go is time of use rates. So I think now is a time for the commission to look at it, study it. I think we would need certainly broad education, reaching out to customers. That would have to be part of it, whether opt-in or opt-out. I think you could look at exempting potentially customers on energy assistance if that's the primary concern. I think we need to vet all this. I also certainly think that time of use rates are potentially empowering to customers. All customers, and including low-income customers. There could be customers, and I believe, if I'm recalling correctly, that the pilot bore out that there were low-income customers that benefited from time of use rates. So certainly customer education needs to be a big part of it. And I do think, eventually we need to, move in that direction. And there's plenty of room for improvement and a much greater adoption than what we're seeing now.
Okay, so is there anybody else? Oh, actually, for Smeko, so you talked about right now you feel pretty comfortable with your ability to purchase power and manage your load that way. Have you seen any impact from the fact that the data center universe is just across the river from you, affecting your ability to buy power for your customers? And are you concerned that as these data centers multiply, that's going to impact your ability to buy power?
I think yes is the answer. That we're certainly concerned about the more players in the market will certainly take away from our ability, and more importantly, will impact the price, the cost of procurement. So availability is one thing. The second is the cost to our customers, and affordability is top of mind for us. And so, in the short term, we feel okay. I think it's the long term that we're really concerned about in terms of the adequacy of the resources. Whether we contract through the markets, because we have a plan that we do both, right? We have some longer term agreements, and then we take advantage of the auction process to ensure that we meet our demands. So I think the answer is it's certainly a concern. As others have mentioned, we are very much concerned with displacing existing generation through co-location, which we've expressed in the past before. So taking those facilities offline is certainly a concern, because that will certainly raise prices regardless of where we procure the power from. So I think the answer is yes.
Okay. So I guess I'd invite the other people on the panel if you want to opine, particularly on the time of use discussion I had with OPC. Feel free. So. Okay. Well, with that, so why don't we take a lunch break till 1:30?
You tell me.
Yeah, 1:30, because I do want to try and get this done today. So we'll take a lunch break till 1:30 and see everybody then. So thank you.
you, stupid.
I wouldn't say I would.
Okay, back on the record, and we now have panel 4, Innovative Solutions, Regional Perspective. So, as I've done with all the others, just start here and introduce yourself, and then we'll turn to our questions. So,
All right. Hello, Brendan Reed, Vice President of Growth with Spark Fund.
and actually, tell me what Spark Fund is. So.
Sure. Yeah, Spark Fund's a utility services company. We work with utilities across the country to help them scale DER programs.
I see. Okay.
William Sauer, Vice President, Federal Regulatory Affairs, Exelon.
Good afternoon, Adrienne Ford with Constellation. I'm the Wholesale Market Development Director and focus on PJM.
Good afternoon, Tom Ritigliano, Senior Advocate at NRDC.
Hi everyone, Miles Farmer. I'm an independent consultant.
Hello, Travis Cavula, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs with NRG Energy.
Good afternoon, Mike Hogan, Senior Advisor to the Regulatory Assistance Project, and I'm actually appearing on behalf of the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks. So, okay, let's start with you, Commissioner Sushman.
Yeah, okay. So good afternoon. So we kept the lunch short so that you wouldn't sort of have food overload. You know, sort of a small amount, and then you can sort of certainly eat after. So welcome. Thank you for appearing. I guess I'm going to sort of, my question is kind of a follow-up to the question I asked this morning. And perhaps I will start with Spark Fund, which is kind of an interesting name. I'm not going to ask how you developed that, and so there was a utility. This is sort of a funny story, so I feel like I have to tell it. There's a when Southern Company spun off their generation, and they created a company. And they paid $1 million for them for a company to develop the name that no one could pronounce, and so it took forever for people to finally understand that it was Mirant and not Morant. I always thought that was a really bad waste of money, but anyway, I'm hoping that you spent less than $1 million.
We later bought that, but did not.
Yes, and I do know that too. Okay, so I'd like to speak with you about how you would design a scenario where if we were, for example, to require or allow a utility to invest in some kind of resource on the distribution side of the grid, how would your company sort of be involved in that process, and how would that kind of play out? And in your own experience, how is the generation priced? I mean, do you do it, for example, as a PPA? But so if you can kind of answer, and then others can sort of weigh in based on what I've asked you, and also what I asked earlier this morning.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. Spark Fund works with utilities around the country. We offer a sort of a concept or a product called a distributed capacity procurement. And what this effectively is a utility-led VPP. This is utilities investing in DERs at scale and at strategic parts on the system. So the idea is, third-party VPPs now have achieved some level of scale, and we're in favor of those. We've helped support those. But obviously are going about it a little bit ad hoc, are not sort of involved in the central sort of planning portion of the utility. And so what a DCP says is, well, what if the utility decided at some level of scale that, would matter to system planning, 300 megawatts, 500 megawatts, perhaps even more, said if we put, say, batteries, for example, here, and here, and not there, and there, what kind of congestion could that alleviate? What sort of capacity could that provide, really kind of in the short term, the sort of 1 to 5 year period to get capacity on the system soon? Because a lot of the solutions out there obviously are going to be providing large amounts of capacity, but more in the kind of that 5, 7, 10-year range. And so obviously one of the values of DERs is to be able to get them out soon and at a sort of a scale that can start to matter as utilities grapple with capacity shortages and resource adequacy
Okay,
issues.
so in your example of battery storage, who owns the battery?
The utility does.
Okay.
So it is a utility deployed asset. It is a grid asset first and foremost, and these would go out onto the system to be hosted at customer sites. So a critical part of this is there's no cost to the customer, and we think that's really critical because for a lot of the programs that we have managed for utilities around the country, both on the unregulated and regulated side, there is an enormous difference between subsidizing or covering costs for customers, say at a 30 or 50 or 70% level versus there being no cost. One of the major programs that we manage is with San Diego Gas and Electric, where they have a wildfire program where essentially the utility is capitalizing backup generators for homeowners and C&I solar and storage projects for libraries, community centers, places way out at the end of the line where they're subject to power shutoffs due to wildfire events.
Okay, so the utility goes out, procures the power.
Yep.
For the customer. The utility then provides the customer the power as needed. That's their sale to the customer.
So under a DCP, this is a utility-owned and leveraged asset. There are a number of models out there that we've seen that explore how to share that value of the utility-owned asset with the customer. So a lease payment for using their space or use of the asset directly, right? So if it's a battery, maybe you always reserve, 20% of the asset for the customer to do peak shaving or to capture some resiliency benefit of that asset. But it is otherwise a distribution system asset that opens up space on the system for the utility.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out who pays for this.
So it's fully capitalized. These are rate-based assets, and the way that this makes sense is that the utility is going to go out and do a cost-benefit analysis down sort of at the feeder level, right, to truly understand what the value of DERs at scale could be, right? Because lots of pilot system or programs that you've seen out there that are putting 10 megawatts, 50 megawatts out onto the system are great, and we're in favor of those, but they're not enough, obviously, to avoid that next substation upgrade or that next feeder upgrade or whatever it is.
Okay, so you have a community that has a need of sort of 10 megawatts of capacity for that system, but you only have enough on the feeder line to accommodate 8. So you will on the other side of the feeder line you'll put a certain amount on that battery to be able to accommodate the needs of the ratepayers during the period where they need the 10 megawatts of capacity. Is that what you're?
It's the utility deciding how much capacity they need, and what Spark Fund does is we're in the sort of the business of deployment services. So we go out and engage customers in the brand of the utility to talk about hosting an asset and talk about the value proposition of doing so. And then the other thing that we do is organize a local value chain of contractors and vendors and OEMs to actually put the steel on the ground. So we are offering competitive solicitations, 5 megawatts, 10 megawatts, 20 megawatts, say every quarter or every, whatever the cadence of that is, to involve the local community to come out and participate in the installation of these assets to help drive down the cost of the project.
So I'm asking you questions. I mean, I understand from your perspective, you're asking as the developer, but from my perspective as a commissioner, in your experience, the utility will then treat that storage as part of their distribution grid.
Yes.
And so it's just that it's basically holding on to the power that it needs to deploy at a time where their feeder couldn't accommodate the need. And this will avoid having to build out some additional distribution capacity.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in on? Yes, please.
Well, I mean, I think I want to make sure it's clear when we use the term capacity what we're talking about, right? So I think what you're talking about is the sort of thing that most people would probably argue is appropriate for a distribution utility to be investing in, which is relieving localized thermal limit issues, voltage issues, life at the end of the feeder kind of thing. That's one issue. If the distribution utility is investing in capacity at the distribution system rather than having a competitive generator invest in a battery that's going to provide surplus interconnection service alongside another generator, that's probably A, suboptimal, B, unnecessary, and certainly not innovative.
No question. This is that what you're talking about is addressing the need to build out more distribution.
Right. Yeah. It's not.
Right.
It's not a resource adequacy issue.
Right. Right. So that is. So that's. It's. Well. It's. It's very hard to say what is and what's not resource adequacy because it all kind of. They all sort of. You could end up building out. You could end up deploying more resources to accommodate a need where you don't need to because you can upgrade the distribution system. I don't know. But
there are lots of. You're right. I mean, DERs absolutely can contribute to resource adequacy. The question is, should utilities be owning those resources?
Okay. So as long as you're talking, so let me ask you, in situations where you can't get interest in deploying generation for whatever reason, is there any room there for the utility to step in where there is a need and a great need and it can't be fulfilled at that moment?
So that's a big if, because there's close to 200 gigawatts of people standing in the queue waiting to serve load in the PJM service footprint. The problem is not whether or not people are interested in coming into the market. And they were interested in coming into the market at prices far less than $270 a megawatt day.
Or more.
Or more.
Or more like 400.
Yeah, right. They would probably do it for a small fraction of that, say $50 or $100 a megawatt day. The problem is the queue.
What if they don't? I mean, we're sort of operating on sort of the ifs, but ultimately, we have a responsibility to make sure that the lights are always on. Mm-hmm. And so how do we assure that there is always going to be sufficient resources if there isn't some sort of, on some level, sort of backstop? If they don't come, is there a role there for the incumbent utility?
I mean, I think there's. I mean, the backstop has been the RPM, and as Stu Bressler correctly pointed out, that was never intended to be a substitute for bilateral transactions and forward hedging. What is within this commission's remit is absolutely something that could be done, which is to obligate load-serving entities, retail providers, to hedge their energy load obligations forward, which would provide a basis for new generation to come in. Much better basis than the RPM, which only tells you what's going to happen 3 years into the future.
So you're sort of talking about hedging like they did in California after the California.
After they told them not to hedge. Yes.
Yeah, no, I understand.
No, I mean that is, and I in my submission I included a link to a very extensive proposal that's been put forward by someone who used to be at the University of Maryland, Peter Crampton, for just that kind of a market structure, which wouldn't necessarily replace RPM. I would prefer to replace RPM, but would certainly could shrink it to the point where you could drown it in the bathroom if you wanted to.
I mean, I will point out, and I think this goes back to your dialogue with Mr. Bressler earlier, that the point of having a spot market that has some traits of volatility is that market is screaming at the load-serving entities who are responsible for providing service, often at a fixed cost rate, to get themselves hedged. And so whenever we sign up a retail contract with a residential, commercial, or industrial customer with those terms in them, we follow a policy of back-to-back hedging. On day one that we've signed that contract, we estimate the customer's load and we enter into forward financial obligations to purchase all of the energy that customer will need under their term of agreement on a forward basis, adjusted for weather sensitivity. I can't speak to whether every single retailer does that, but most of them do if they want to stay in business, and it's actually that kind of contracting activity that forms the basis of most revenues that flow to generation.
Okay, and then what happens if there's not sufficient generation to meet your load requirements?
If there's not sufficient generation to meet our load requirements, then you're talking about the same situation as with anyone in a vertically integrated utility or elsewhere. You would go through the phases of shedding load, which is one of the reasons my comments focus on demand side solutions that try to get more activation on the demand side so that load can be flexible around, frankly, the very few number of hours where you actually need capacity and quantities that would exceed the effective reserve margin that is already on the system, something that traditionally has been neglected. And frankly, I can't believe that. I mean, I was listening to David Lapp, and it might be the one occasion where I said, oh, I think I agree with everything David is saying. Because, I mean, he's right that this is the low-hanging fruit, no regrets solution. You guys already have programs in the form of time of use rates and in the form of smart thermostat programs that would be relatively easy to dial up. And as I say in my comments, you get about 700 megawatts out of both of those things. And the gap between, just to be clear, you know, even though we often talk about thousands and thousands and thousands of megawatts of capacity on the PJM system, the difference between this load zone, BG&E, clearing where it did, and clearing with the rest of the RTO, in other words, like, you know, a couple $100 a megawatt day difference, was 350 megawatts. So it doesn't take a lot of demand activation to actually discipline the capacity prices due to the slope demand curve that you see within the RPM.
Absolutely.
And you had something to say.
Oh, yeah, sure. I just wanted to pick up on this point that Mike was mentioning about there not really being a demand problem here, right? Like the queue is enormous. There's an enormous quantity of potential market entrants that want to come
I mean,
in.
there's not a supply problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
That's
right. But the issue is the processing speed with which PJM is pushing through that queue. And so then when you're looking at kind of near term, what can you do to enhance resource adequacy? It has to either be increasing the conversion rate from that queue and the speed with which projects are built once they clear the PJM queue, or it has to be things that you can do that are outside the queue. And what are those solutions? They're the, DER, demand side, energy efficiency. They're CIR transfer, which is about to be proposed by PJM. There's surplus interconnection. And in those contexts, I think it really is worth examining, what is the barrier and what can be done to incent those solutions to emerge very quickly. With surplus interconnection, I can tell you the barrier to date has been PJM's rules. PJM is on the cusp of putting forth a proposal that may or may not work, and I think you all weighing in support of a workable path forward could be very impactful. And then once PJM has a workable tariff structure and business practices manual around that, there may also be things that you can do to focus attention on that opportunity, to look at the various kind of surplus interconnection opportunities in Maryland. And, I like the idea of earlier one of the panelists suggesting kind of bringing everybody into a room. Like, you could do that on specific questions like this. Is there a market there for surplus interconnection? Invite the developers in, ask them, if PJM fixes their rules, are you planning to move forward? What can we do to help you there? Are there, siting side regulations or things that could be done to kind of further speed that up? Or maybe, in the context of procurements that are being talked about, linking those procurements to the surplus interconnection opportunities so that you're actually getting something that can, get put onto the system and working. And, we're not talking about something that's kind of going back into the queue for the procurement or, emerging who knows how many years from now.
Well, I mean, but I also think it's important not to have the distribution solutions be the the go-to when you're not able to meet your wholesale needs. So not have the wholesale be the default.
Yeah.
That because it's not just building generation, it's also building transmission to bring that generation to load. you put it on the distribution system and you don't have to build out transmission. So you shouldn't be, I mean, I think we need to look at both sides, but we shouldn't just assume that one is the preferred option and the other we're going to do if we have to.
I completely agree. I think kind of tackling the problem on both ends makes sense. To be clear, surplus interconnection that I'm talking about in this context is a wholesale level solution. These would be wholesale assets that are making greater utilization of the interconnection capacity that's already been allocated to resources on the system, and thereby that could have resource adequacy value to the extent it raises the accreditation of those resources. And as you say, transmission planning, I think, also makes a ton of sense. I should have added that as one of the things you can do that's kind of not dependent on the queue. So would wholly endorse
So
Maryland digging
you
into
have
that.
your card up. So please. Or, okay. I thought I would just sort of go down there. It's just easier for me to be able to scan.
Thank you, Commissioner. So you started with the problem that if there's a need and the industry is not showing up to meet it, right? And to tease that apart a little bit, right, there are three reasons people would not be trying to build the supply. It's the queue, the economics, and then the various, siting, permitting, getting it built issue. So we're talking about DERs which bypass the queue, which is great because that takes that off the table, and things that don't go through the queue are probably the only realistic solutions in the next 5 years. So this comes down to there seems to be missing money for storage, right? Storage, once you're past the queue looking at DERs, there just isn't quite the commercial interest because these things don't pencil out yet. So it strikes me that both what you're suggesting and Delegate Charkoudian's proposed legislation are both looking at that storage missing money proposal, right? One through rate basing, one through something that looks market adjacent. So it just suggests that in thinking about that, if the two ideas are solving the same problem, all of the usual things about rate-based versus open markets apply, right? So an open market solution, if it works, would both impose cost discipline and put less risk on the ratepayers. Now, that's not to say as some kind of ultimate backstop you have directed fiat procurements, right? That's good to know you have that tool in the toolbox, but there is a lot of room of play between where we are now and kind of pushing that red button.
Right. Except I can't help but think about the jurisdictional issue around pricing and who has responsibility for setting that, even if it's market based. Is it sort of on the distribution side? Is it on the transmission side? So I'm sort of thinking about that as well. But yes.
Thank you. So in terms of resource adequacy, I think that the capacity market price you saw most recently was attention getting, for sure. But if you look at our comments and
got our attention.
Yeah. But if you look at the all-in cost and you include the energy and the ancillary services and the capacity market, it's not that different over time. It's really in line. But it is indicating that supply conditions and demand conditions are tightening, and we need response. And the surplus interconnection was mentioned. I think that's a positive. There's also two other things. The CIR transfer efficiency, what that allows is if there's a generator retiring, then they can transfer their existing interconnection into the grid to another developer, or they can redevelop on their own site so that they can interconnect more quickly. It's a 10-month process. I was pleased to move that at the members committee this past month. It's passed. Now we're just waiting on PJM to get the tariff language together and file it at FERC. And I would urge you to support that when it's filed. Also on December 9th, we're expecting a filing from PJM called the Reliability Resource Initiative. And what that is a one-time insert into the interconnection queue. And rather than having to wait until 2026 to be studied, PJM's going to take 50, if approved by FERC, 50 reliable and ready projects into transition cycles 2 and start studying them in Q1 of 25. And that is another initiative that I would urge you to support at FERC. It can get an interconnection agreement 14 months quicker than the existing schedule would allow, and would allow reliable and ready megawatts on sooner. That can help you. Of course, you mentioned transmission. You need that. And once you do, then the existing resources throughout PJM will be better able to aid Maryland's demand needs. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll agree in that, yeah, we need a holistic solution to address resource adequacy. Some of it's going to be ensuring that we have enough generation coming online quick enough to meet the pace of retiring resources, as well as the addition of new load. So we need that holistic solution. So part of it is new generation, part of it's new transmission, as has been discussed. Certainly the demand side, energy efficiency, DERs, DR. It's all part of the solution. There's been quite a bit of discussion around interconnection already at this table. We were very excited about the prospects that we're seeing out of PJM, and certainly have been participating in the PJM process, both for the CIR rights that have been discussed, surplus interconnection, as well as with my colleague here, the shovel-ready projects. Certainly, the ability to bring on resources quickly is something that we do support. So resources that are ready to move forward, we're certainly there standing. On interconnection, another facet that has been discussed but hasn't really been fully unpacked today is there's a lot of resources that are already through the queue that have signed interconnection agreements that are not moving forward for certain reasons. And I think understanding that problem is certainly key to understanding and unpacking resource adequacy. So just putting some numbers at what we've been seeing at least. PJM a couple months ago released a study that showed here's all the projects that are through the queue that have signed interconnection agreements, and it was 34.5 gigawatts. And only, I think it was 8.5 gigawatts of those were actually under construction and moving forward. And the rest of that, so 34 minus 8.5, is not moving forward for whatever reason, be it because I think it was 12.5 gigawatts are suspended, and some of them are still under kind of design phase as well in engineering. So it's really understanding kind of why we have projects that are through the queue that the transmission owners that PJM have worked hand in hand on to get through, that are just sitting there is part of what can be unpacked. I think the other thing that we have to look forward to, PJM is our understanding about to release or is working to get another 26 gigawatts through the queue later this year. I say all that in the sense that we still need to roll up our sleeves, ensure that resource adequacy is addressed, but at least some of the interconnection tools and processes that are key to doing that are at least being tackled, either through Order 2023 or existing proposals that are ongoing.
So, Mr. Sauer, you're here representing Exelon,
Correct.
but among the companies within the Exelon umbrella are BGE and PHI companies.
Yes.
And they support the idea of utilities being able to, within Maryland, build generation. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, again, we think that they're holistic, or we think that a holistic approach is needed. We see all options on the table for solving resource adequacy. First and foremost, and historically, we have been supportive of the PJM capacity markets and solving our resource adequacy challenges to the extent, and we're looking closely at price response coming out of the supply response coming out of high prices in the PJM capacity market. To the extent that we are not seeing that supply response, we're more than willing to walk hand in hand to ensure that our customers are served both affordably and reliably.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Yeah, we're not actively developing projects right now. It certainly, we realize that we are the supplier of last resort for customers, and we need to ensure, just like you, that our customers have energy to power their.
But are you looking internally on what to do at the distribution level in terms of being able to build out generation?
As opposed to, so for the distribution level specifically, or the transmission level?
I guess either.
Yeah, certainly we're looking at the tools that we have available now, be it demand response, EE, transmission. So we have this whole suite of tools that we have under our current business model that we're pursuing and realize as part of the picture. Like you, we're closely looking at PJM and the effectiveness of capacity markets.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not feeling like I'm getting an answer to my question. So, can you? I mean, PJM is important, but the PHI and BG companies are looking to get into the market in a way that they haven't in 25 years. So what does that mean? What is it that you're looking at? What do you envision? Are you thinking about just storage, for example, or solar, or so? Can you put a little bit of meat on the bones of that?
Yeah, more than happy to. In the comments that we pre-filed, we mentioned community solar as one example. But no, we do not have firm plans in place to build generation as a wires only company.
So at this point now, you don't have any plans, BG or PHI, no plans to propose building out any generation, either at the distribution or the transmission level.
Again, we're open. We have all options that are still on the table, but we do not have any plans in place or announcements in place.
Okay. So I had the sense that your companies were looking at in some detail about the authority that we have and things you might be doing, and you're telling me that you're not there.
Yeah, I think consistent with keeping all options on the table is exploring authorities. So that's consistent with what we need to do to serve our customers. But we do not have plans in place to build generation at the moment.
Okay. I think there were some other. Did you?
Yeah, maybe just 'cause we started here. Just two quick points, kind of on the DCP concept. First and foremost is obviously we need more of everything here and fast. And so going back to the discussion earlier about sort of least regret options is any tools. And our experience has been that utilities are exploring any tools they can to drive capacity procurement in this kind of 1 to 5 year time frame, while things, whether it's like the queue or whether or not capacity auction prices fluctuate or not, is needing to do something sort of now is a priority, has been our experience. And then the second point I'll make is our experience has also been that utility programs structured in the right way can really scale. We mentioned in our comments both the Green Mountain Power residential battery program, which has both a customer-owned option as well as a utility-owned option. That utility-owned option is scaling up about 10x faster than the customer-owned. And the San Diego program that I mentioned before that we manage has a 94% enrollment rate because the utility is saying this asset is, for you, provides these benefits, we will sort of handle everything. And so to explore all options on the table when we need more of everything is, in our experience, something that folks seem to be exploring more.
Okay, and then Mr. Hogan, very quickly, because I've used up all of my time.
Sure. Well, I mean, if you want to do something fast, right? I mean, I fail to see how one could expect an organization that hasn't built a new power plant of any kind in 25 years is going to do it faster, cheaper, or have more success getting through the interconnection queue than somebody who does it all over the country or all over the world every day. So, I mean, I'm not sure that's the answer. But if you want the list of things that you can do quickly, and this has been said before. Energy efficiency, first count what's already being done, and there's a very extensive submission that was made in September that goes through all the litany of reasons why the sources that PJM uses to model energy efficiency, existing energy efficiency in its RPM, do not adequately count, not even close, the amount of energy efficiency there is. And you can see that in the perennial, over forecasting of load that PJM has had for 15 years. Demand response can be done quickly. And whether it's targeted dynamic rates at EVs and loads data centers, or whatever, that can be done very quickly. Surplus interconnection service can be done very quickly. We haven't talked about reforming the way PJM does reliability must run. There are models at New York ISO New England, ERCOT of mandatory RMR practices with standard RMR agreements that make it such that you can completely include the RMR resources into the resource stack. PJM doesn't do that. There's no reason they shouldn't. And then there's grid enhancing technologies for the transmission grid, dynamic line ratings, topology optimization, and advanced power flow controls. Those can be done very quickly, and more importantly, those are things that can specifically relieve the constraints in the Maryland zones. So those are things that can be done quickly. The longer term things, there are all sorts of options on the table, and almost all of them are better than utility-led generation. And we can talk about those longer term options.
Okay.
And I just want to make one more point, which is, and we'll probably get to this some of the other commissioners, there's been a lot of talk about the amount of data center load that's being added to the grid. There's been almost no discussion of the flexibility that a lot of that data center load has. In my discussions with the hyperscalers, it's clear to me that they have all invested a lot of time and resources and money in developing the ability to turn down much of that data center load for up to 8 hours at a time. And I'm actually surprised none of the hyperscalers have been on any of the panels here. There's a lot of flexibility in a lot of the data center load, and I would lay $100 on the table right now that none of that flexibility is reflected in PJM's load curves.
I can tell you, we've talked to the data center folks, and they tell us that they have no flexibility.
Well,
This is the first time I'm hearing that there is any flexibility.
I can put you in touch with the people at Google who told me that they've got up to 8 hours of turn down capability in a lot of their data. Not all of it.
Well, they're not talking to us about that.
Well, I can put you in touch with them.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, and thank you for.
Oh, actually, I guess did I miss you or
was there a 10 card?
Yes, I had put
sure,
my
go
10
ahead,
card up
please.
right as
No,
I
no,
started
that's fine.
speaking. I
Oh,
appreciate
yeah.
the opportunity.
Yeah.
Because I would like to answer you directly that you should resist the urge to overreact and move towards utility build generation. Maryland tried to do that in 2012, and while the order for 650 to 700 megawatts was dealing with litigation, the market responded and provided the resources that Maryland needed. The Entergy example was brought up earlier, and I'd like to raise that again for two reasons. One, the price. Calpine delivered the CTs in Entergy for $613 a kW, and Entergy's most recent filing in Maryland for their newest plant is at $1,600 a kW. 613 versus 1,600. And also that situation in Entergy, the Calpine plant was actually originally built pre-Enron. It was 95% complete. And then, because deregulation did not happen there, it sat idle for about 17 years or so. They ended up having to completely tear it down and rebuild it when they did it for that 613. But that initial cost was not borne by ratepayers because that was done through competitive forces. So you may find situations where you order utility build, and if anything goes wrong because you've got a utility building it who does not do this as part of their regular business, so it's more likely to have things not go wrong, you might get no megawatts and still have cost to ratepayers. So I just really urge you to resist that temptation. And if you think there's reliability backstop issues, we could talk about ways to reform that. There's lots of different things you can do, but moving to utility build will be bad for ratepayers and will also have a very chilling effect on investment from others. Thank you. I appreciate you letting me run over.
So, Commissioner Richard.
Great, well, thank you. And again, thank you for all sticking around. Actually, why don't we start with Constellation, Ms. Ford. You were talking a little bit about the RRI, and one of the complaints we've heard is that it's largely just would favor, gas plants and fossil plants. I don't know if you want to respond to that, and also are there any of these projects in Maryland to specifically, help us with our resource adequacy?
Right. So I appreciate that. I'm a big supporter of RRI. Constellation is a big supporter. We think it's important to have these additional megawatts join the queue. There are clean megawatts. Constellation, if this is offered, Constellation has already announced uprates. We're looking at other uprates. Those would be clean. We have the Crane Clean Energy Center that we're planning to bring back online, 835 megawatts of clean energy. And once the transmission lines are built, I can tell you right where that energy is going to flow. And it's right here. Right now we have a transmission bottleneck, but our friends at Exelon are going to fix that for us. And then we'll be able to flow the energy on
And
down.
these are all
into Maryland.
resources that would be considered in RRI and potentially, I guess, brought on into construction by next year.
Oh no, not by next year.
Okay, well, okay.
It won't even be through.
they're not really
it won't
part
be
of the-
through the interconnection
Okay.
queue by next year. Our estimate is that if we are able to be inserted and join the transition cycle 2 at PJM, likely the generation interconnection would be back and through FERC by probably around February of 27. The study year for RRI is 28-29.
Okay.
So that's the study year that PJM will do. If we're able to get what they call interim deliverability, that's a one-year study they'll do because they can't put megawatts on the grid in an unstudied state as a capacity resource. So we would apply for interim deliverability, and if the grid can support it, then it's possible to come on as early as 27, 28.
Okay, and you mentioned uprates. I think that's something that's being considered at Calvert Cliffs. Is that correct?
So Calvert Cliffs is a situation where we definitely are looking at what we could do in terms of uprates, and whether or not, though, that would be ready for RRI, I don't know.
Okay, so that's still under consideration then.
Correct.
What I guess, given that we're in a critical situation here in Maryland, what would be needed for Constellation and then to take that step as far as making the decision to do an uprate at Calvert Cliffs?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of factors. I don't think there's one single answer that I can give you here today. I think that Maryland could support attributes that provides support for clean energy, such as Calvert, supporting long-term contracting. The reason we're able to bring the Crane Clean Energy Center, formerly TMI, back online 5 years to the day after it was shuttered, we were able to announce that. It's because it's supported by a 20-year transaction with Microsoft. Now, it's still going to be a grid resource, and Microsoft will put data centers somewhere, presumably, but we need that financial support. We're facing subsequent license renewals coming up in 2034 and 2036 for the 2 units, and the production tax credit goes away in 2032. It's about a 5-year activity to go through the NRC for that, and I don't think we can count Calvert as always going to be here. We have to get through those license renewals, and in order to do that, we have to have support for the generation. So we're looking for PPAs and other ways to support it, and I think you could support it through attributes.
Okay, so like you'd want something like a ZEC, and that would have to be on top of, I guess, any federal subsidies.
I mean, that's one way. There's just lots of ways that we can ensure its longevity.
Okay.
And if you want, while I have the mic, a longer term thing that you could do to support megawatts coming from the Calvert facility is actually looking into small modular reactors. There's a joint NARUC-NASIO effort. The state, you could join the multi-state effort that's looking into small modular reactors. And there's DOE grants coming up in the January timeframe, and if Maryland were interested in supporting investment in an early site permit at Calvert for small modular, that's something that you could have in the future, not in 1 year, probably more like 10, but we're looking for long-term solutions. We think pretty long-term when it comes to nuclear. That's why we're looking to hopefully be able to relicense and continue to
we
provide
certainly
energy
need
well
those-
into the future.
Those long-term solutions, obviously, today we're talking about, I guess, some of the critical issues we're trying to resolve today. So anyway, thank you for that. With Exelon, I know you've been very supportive, particularly of some of our staff here, as we looked at, potential alternatives and how we can take a holistic approach to distribution, potential resources like storage. So that is something that's appreciated. Going forward, I know you had a conversation with Commissioner Suchman about this, but what kind of things can our utility, and I consider utility because you own all of our large utilities here in Maryland, and a distribution system and some transmission system. Seems like we could start with the holistic process right here at home. Is Exelon thinking in those terms right now? And maybe you could describe maybe how you're thinking about it, what steps you're taking to try to move in that direction so that there's no stovepiping within the company. And then are you able to work with PJM to ensure that those solutions can be considered alongside maybe just simply a transmission solution? Again, kind of along the lines I asked Ms. Stubresser this morning.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic question. So thank you, Commissioner Richard. We're, as you said, we are looking at holistic solutions. So this is transmission options, energy efficiency, demand response, DERs that are all on the table. They're all items where we are working with PJM as well as they are considering revisions to their capacity market and other tools. So we are taking a enterprise-wide position, so not just BGE or PEPCO as you point out, but looking across the enterprise.
Okay, and obviously you go beyond just the retail side.
Mm-hmm.
Are there things we can do as a commission to try to incentivize and kind of again promote some of this bigger company thinking as far as resolving, I guess, some of the Maryland challenges?
Absolutely. I'm going to smartly defer that question and something that we will put in the record. My scope is kind of federal and PJM stakeholder process. So I do want to make sure we get your question answered. So we will.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
If with your leave, if we can take that and get it back to you directly.
Yeah, I think that's the intent, to keep the record open.
Okay.
Let me ask now. Let's see. I was going to add a question for. Is it straight? Not. Where'd your company name go? I'm sorry. Spark Fund. There we go. Sorry about that.
The only one that's.
Guess it's getting to be a long day. Just with the type of services, I guess, that you provide, are you also working in deregulated states? In those circumstances where the utility doesn't currently involve itself in the distribution.
Yes.
Sorry, not distribution. The generation business.
Yes. So we started actually working to support unregulated programs that utilities have, but also work with some large retailers. The concept I'm describing today is still relatively new in restructured states, and so we're exploring kind of the concept how it could work. But most of our experience rolling out this DCP concept has been in vertically integrated markets. What I'll say is that the application of storage in particular, I think, is the place that utilities seem to want to take the concept, and we've not had any sort of detailed discussions with utilities in Maryland yet, but that seems to be the way to go. I know, for example, in Pennsylvania, the commission there, I believe earlier this year, kind of declined to take a position on utility ownership of storage, and specifically to explore kind of what programs like that could look like at some level of scale. So still relatively new, but lots of interested parties to kind of understand how those programs could be rolled out.
Okay. And is the capacity, is that capacity product recognized by PJM, or would it, I guess benefit the state in a forecast, or how does it directly?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't pretend to have a great answer to right now, is how that value could be reflected in a wholesale market. The intention there is just to roll out local capacity to basically just build out space on the distribution system. How that then applies to the wholesale market, or how that wholesale market value is captured, is something we're still exploring.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Rutigliano, just interested. Oh, I'm sorry, your cards are up. We were supposed to pay attention to that. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. Please.
Go ahead. No, why don't you go ahead and answer the question that you were going to. And I would just go ahead and ask the other question too. Is it seems largely, if I'm reading all your comments, you generally it all goes back to back to the queue, the interconnection queue, and then once that's taken care of, once that's I guess brought to an acceptable pace, then do all these other problems go away? Do we still need to have a proceeding like this, or what is your position on state action?
Yeah, we'll take that one first. Is that a working queue is necessary but not sufficient, right? Because even PJM now, their queue reforms, even when they reach their end state, still have about, I think it's about a 690-day delay between someone applying and just exiting the queue and being able to begin construction, right? So you're realistically looking at 4 or 5 year lag between the market signaling needs and the ability to respond. So even with a working queue, we think there's going to be some need for state planning to get through the energy transition. Right? The capacity market works pretty well when you've got a bit of a surplus and you're doing kind of economic trade-offs at the margin. It's very unclear if it can do these forward-looking, big-picture changes. So, without commenting on what specific mechanisms, definitely states with ambitious energy policies need some degree of comprehensive planning. They're probably going to have to put some money behind it, and then that needs to be communicated to PJM. So, one of the things I have my card raised, you had asked earlier about holistic long-term planning. Right. Order 1920 has come out, was not changed that much with 1928. Now that's only looking at the 2030s, right? That's 8 years out. But that is the huge window of opportunity, because that requires PJM to really vigorously consider input from states on what the grid of the 2030s is going to look like. So when we're looking that far out, probably the most important thing is for Maryland to know where it's going and be able to clearly communicate that to PJM, which then in turn lets Exelon and their competitors build the transmission we need for it. So yeah, again, fixing the queue is not, all these other problems will not simply go away.
Okay.
And then, if I could just take, we mentioned a little bit about RRI before, and the timing is so important here, right? PJM, as their latest proposal stands, only required a soft commitment to be in service by 2029. Right? Maybe with a bit of luck, some of them show up in 2028. But even if RRI works, as well as one can hope, Maryland is looking at $30 to $45 billion probably in excess capacity costs. Well, let's just say capacity costs between now and then. So, in a way, I think one of the worries with RI is that it takes our eye off the ball, right? We need capacity much sooner than that, right? So all the various things, and they're in the written comments, that let you bypass the queue and get stuff on soon enough to help us with these $14, $15 billion capacity bills we're looking at. It may be that some version of RRI, probably not the one PJM's thinking of, but you can imagine something like RRI that isn't discriminatory to the people who've been patiently waiting for years, combined with state support for storage, could really be helpful around 2030. But we've got nearer problems.
Okay. Mr. Firmar, I think you had your card up first.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the transmission planning piece of this solution as part of kind of the holistic set of things that your utilities can do, transmission and distribution planning. And years ago, I was in New York State government, and we created a statewide transmission planning process that had kind of a set of prongs. One prong was come to us with your priority projects. The state had a set of priorities that it wanted to get done, and it set forth criteria that those projects would be judged by, but it just invited immediately kind of what do you have that you're almost ready to go on, that we can create a focused proceeding and take a look at them, evaluate them, move forward if the projects make sense. It also had a component that called for the utilities to put forth distribution and local transmission plans. And I think that's a context where you could see something like the Spark Fund idea take place, where you could set your criteria for distribution planning, right? And it could be, let's find those local feeders where we could site a lot more DER that would contribute to our R8 needs, but we're having constraints come up, right? So you could set forth a set of things like that you're looking for in the distribution plans from the utilities. I think you may already see these in the rate cases, but for us, I think we found that creating a centralized proceeding and elevating it, making clear it was a commission priority, that paid a lot of dividends. And then, kind of same with the local transmission planning, set forth a set of criteria of what you're looking for. I think, standard practice on local transmission planning, I'm not intimately familiar with what your local utilities are doing, but generally speaking, it looks at, asset maintenance and condition. It looks at remedying kind of specific reliability violations. And sometimes those processes are not holistic enough, right? Like sometimes when they're looking there, they're creating a new transmission solution that's to solve that particular need that caused the solution to be required. But it's not looking at, well, can we also contribute to alleviating constraints that would allow us to import capacity from elsewhere, right? And can we look at these multi-value solutions? I think that could already be done with a local transmission planning process. There's actually a nice overlay with FERC Order 1920A, where there's a right-sizing proposal within that calls for utilities to come forth with their plans on a going-forward basis and looking for opportunities where there could be a regional solution that more efficiently meets those needs. So I think your local transmission planning process could also generate a lot of good proposals that could then be fed into the PJM process. And also within that, I think the state could lay out a focus on grid enhancing technologies, as Mr. Hogan mentioned earlier, and I think you'll see a lot of real potential there. I'm particularly bullish on reconductoring, but I think that there is a variety of solutions that could be brought to bear if you aim that local process in more of like a multi-value set of goals.
Okay, thank you. I'll have one question for Mr. Kavula, but Ms. Ford, you put your card up.
Thank you. Yes, just sticking on the planning function. I think I recognize you're wanting to hear about near-term solutions, and that's where I think something like the CIR transfer efficiency is really important, because it makes use of existing infrastructure where interconnection rights exist, a unit deactivates, and then it can transfer those to another project at the same site, and that's a 10-month process. If we can get that through FERC, that helps you with some near-term things. But so we're not sitting here in 10 years. You have to also, at the same time, I think, pay attention to the long term, and that's what I think you're hearing from Miles and Tom, and I just want to underscore the importance of that and of making sure your policies are fed into PJM's planning process so that we're not here 10 years from now.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Kavula, and before my colleagues throw me out of here, let me just try to finish up here. I'm very impressed with the seeming success of your smart thermostat program, and it seems like it would be impactful. Is this something that you could already do in Maryland, or what would need to we need to do, or the state do, to I guess facilitate a program like this? And is this considered more of a virtual power plant, or is it a demand response program?
It's sort of both for the operations I describe in my comments, and we're scaling up to a place where we have about 500,000 residential customers enrolled on direct load control smart thermostats, and dispatching a couple of dozen times during summer for energy price avoidance. Now, the PJM energy markets are not as frothy as the one in Texas that I referred to in my comments. The real source of value is capacity cost avoidance, where you basically have a peak load contribution from every individual customer registered at their smart meter that's incurred on the basis of the 5 peak summer hours. That's the basis on which all customers pay for capacity in the state of Maryland because of the investments you've made in AMI. And so if you can successfully reduce your demand during those times, you avoid capacity costs during those times. You also avoid transmission costs during those same hours. So it captures a double benefit. It is theoretically possible for us to deploy that now, but the reality is that this space has largely been occupied by the ratepayer-funded Empower program. So my recommendations in my set of comments is to try to expand the capabilities of that program, so the demand response that's being provided by those thermostats is effectively more additive to the capacity value of those devices. Currently, they're being underutilized for a couple of technical reasons, though they are represented to some degree in something called price responsive demand that ultimately reduces the capacity obligations that face individual utilities in like BGE and PEPCO. The other idea is, and this fits squarely within the Retail Regulatory Authority that Commissioner Suchman has been invoking, is to structure your SOS auctions so that you have a set aside to procure a certain amount of device-based capacity. In other words, realizing the challenges of procuring kind of in-state wholesale supply side generation, you could instead require SOS suppliers to bring some amount of investment in those demand side resources to bear, which would lead to their making side arrangements with DER aggregators like our company. So those are just some of the ideas to try to, again, I've approached it rather than coming here and telling you you should do it like Texas. I've instead thought about what you're already doing and how that can be optimized over a very short term, certainly shorter than the years 2028, 29, 30 that we seem to keep hearing about, and which fits squarely within your jurisdiction. These are already things you're doing.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm very interested in learning more. So obviously we don't have time to get into detail today, but to the extent that you could provide, I guess, more information, and also how would what actions would we take? What would be a path forward in taking either action here at the Maryland Energy Administration or through the legislature, because it seems like it could be very fruitful. The last was just about your the time of use, proposal rates. You said you've been successful with opt-out programs. There are concerns that I've been told about doing that. There are a lot of people who really would not be advantaged, I guess, by a time of use rate. What states have been successful? Is it also Texas and California? And did you have a training program, education program, or something to be sure that people who could be actually harmed by time of use rates were not included, or were well informed that this was not the right rate for them?
Right. So the jurisdictions I'm talking about are generally those that have some kind of default regulated rate product like SOS that can be opted out of. And there are 5 states. When you began in PC44 your discussion about using AMI and deploying time of use rates, you couldn't point to a single state jurisdiction other than maybe California, which was thinking about having time of use rates be the standard default option for customers. And now there are 5 states that have done that. So Maryland wouldn't be the first, but you are the first in an interesting way that you did an excellent pilot study. You commissioned Brattle Group to do it, that evaluated how much demand reduction during the summertime you would get out of the rate structure that ultimately became the opt-in rate structure that you now have. And it ranged from between 9 to 13% summertime demand reduction. Again, summer is the capacity peak season for PJM, out of that residential customer class. If you made the switch, right now you have 1.4% enrollment of the default customer residential class on these rates, and they're growing very slowly. I mean, I'm a PEPCO Maryland customer, and they've added 34 customers in a year from May 2023 to May 2024. So I think the reality is you're probably not going to get a lot of additional enrollment without the commission taking the nudge in terms of behavioral economics of making that the opt-out rate, which in my view you should do because it is more cost reflective of the upstream capacity prices, which after all are incurred on an on-peak basis. So long and the short of it, it kind of is a bold move that you would undertake for sure. I will say in direct response to your question about potentially disadvantaged communities, one of the really interesting things to emerge from the Brattle study in Maryland and the analysis that's been done in California, which has had the longest period of adoption of opt-out time of use rates, is that in Maryland, low-income customers were no worse off than all other customers in the residential class by being under time of use rates. And in California, they actually seem more responsive to time of use rates, presumably because energy costs make up a larger share of their budget. And they actually take more effective, proactive behavioral responses. But you could do, as David Lapp said earlier today, of having an opt-in approach or a default non-TOU approach for low-income or energy assistance customers. One way or another, the fact that you are a restructured jurisdiction means that people will always have an opportunity to opt out to other products and programs, but setting the default rate here would really drive down in a relative hurry the capacity obligations for that customer class in particular. It seems Maryland would probably be the most obvious state I could select, given the transmission constraints, the difficulty of getting transmission built, the difficulty of getting resources built, to recommend something like a retail rate design, which again is something exclusively within this commission's jurisdiction, and which PJM has previously pointed to as one of the 4 things that's needed, and the only thing that's needed at essentially the retail state commission level to achieve a landing on an energy transition. Sorry for the long-winded response.
No, great. Well, thank you. I appreciate your response. And it seems like both of your programs are truly things we could do in the short term. They could have, I guess, a measurable impact. So I appreciate your being here today. Thank you.
Sure. Barbie.
I only have one question left. Mr. Rutigliano, maybe you were here earlier today and you heard the interaction I had with our People's Council on incentives. So I presume that you've been observing this issue from a national perspective. What incentives tend to be deployed? Which ones are effective? Which are relatively ineffective? Do you have any opinions on that?
Incentives to retail consumers?
Excuse me. Incentives for programs like our Empower program. Well, not Empower, but I mean incentives for any program, demand reduction program. That's what in particular I'm interested in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, the simple and not entirely flip answer is pay people. Money is the incentive, and generally, opt-in programs with recognizable bill impacts do matter. But I do want to point out a inconsistency.
Could you pull the microphone a little closer? Because
just point out an inconsistency in PJM rules right now that we need to consider when thinking about demand-side programs. We've heard a couple people have mentioned peak load days, but the need for capacity in PJM right now isn't driven by peak load anymore. It's driven by peak risk, which happens in the winter. One of the drivers of our current capacity shortfall is the recognition that once in a while big segments of the gas fleet fail during winter. Right? That's the shortage we're facing. Is not that we can't serve load on the peakiest day of the year, but that a set of bad luck during a winter storm could leave us in a bad place. Unfortunately, the market signals to load in PJM still incent summer peak shaving. So it leaves you in a really rough place because the demand-side programs we need right now are things to reduce winter load, right? Which, winterization of electric heated houses would be are we calling it no regrets, low-hanging fruit, the standard solution to that. But it's really unclear at this point how those would be recognized, both from a reliability perspective or financially in PJM's markets. So I'd urge if you go down the demand side road, there needs to be some really detailed conversations with PJM about what's actually needed and how those benefits can be realized.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So if I'm recalling the discussion earlier, you were talking about shareholder incentives for utilities to meet kind of targets.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was, yeah. I was misremembering, yeah. Go ahead.
And I think Mr. Lapp said in response that you all can set requirements, right? I guess just kind of putting my state regulator hat on from time ago when we were dealing with this, I certainly found that the both and setup often worked. I think that
Carrots and sticks.
yes, exactly, and there may be solutions that utilities can bring to bear that you don't even know about yet, that if you can kind of like create a good way for them to put their heads together to come forth with solutions that, it just makes things easier when they have something to gain too, to kind of make the solution all work. And that isn't to say that, you shouldn't kind of look at the Empower program, specifically provide directions for how it can be improved, look at, large load flexibility and see that's both a wholesale rate question and sometimes a retail rate question as well, right? And are the kind of correct set of rates being offered that are getting you the full suite of flexibility, but, providing some metrics by which the utilities that do especially well are rewarded, I think, can yield results.
I guess more people want to, yeah.
Just very briefly, 2 points. I mean, I concede Tom's point on the mismatch between the seeming winter reliability needs, and my comments basically just take as read that you're trying to manage the costs that are imposed upon you and your customers through the market design as it exists today. Which I think is important and I think matters to customers. But of course, you should be skating also to where the puck is heading on programs like this. So there have been conversations about having a seasonal capacity market. That is a big lift to convert from an annual to a seasonal product, but someday it's obviously got to happen because resources like smart thermostats and certain renewable resources can perform in the summer pretty well, but not really in the winter. But we're again in the nature of trying to make very targeted and short-term recommendations that are actionable. I've had that in mind, which orients itself around the summer. And then I'll share with you all the comments filed yesterday. Virginia, your neighbor, has a docket open on performance-based regulation, and we can share the comments there. The happy news is that your economic regulation status quo is superior to Virginia's, which has actually departed even from the weak incentives of traditional cost of service regulation. But yeah, in a nutshell, I think the reason why you see probably 1.4% uptake on opt-in time of use rates, or only 2-point-something% enrollment in smart thermostat programs across residential customers, even though those things have been around for years and years and years, is because it's not a moneymaker. And I think a lot of people at the Exelon utilities are trying to do a good job, but I certainly know as an energy executive that ultimately it is about making a profit. And if these things are not profit centers for the utility, or if you choose, as I think Mr. Lapp may have indicated, not to somehow require them or possibly farm them out to a competitive market solution, which is probably even superior to just paying a straight up bonus to the utility, then they're not going to be realized in any meaningful quantity.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, just to double down on, the summer versus winter, obviously energy efficiency incentives need to be aligned, but also you mentioned seasonal capacity markets. PJM has considered that. It really needs to be pushed because there's a lot of demand response that's left on the table because it can only respond seasonally and not year round, which deprives PJM consumers of real value. And performance-based regulation, revenue decoupling are parts of the toolbox that I have colleagues who are much more conversant in a lot of these regulatory incentives for utilities to, quote, do the right thing, unquote, rather than just doing what historically made them money, help them make money doing the right thing. But the thing I wanted to mention is the good news for the commission is that a lot of the things that can be done quickly and even some things that can be done in the longer term are things that can be done here in Maryland by you. That's the good news. The bad news is that from a resource adequacy and attacking this, 12, $14 billion annual bill that seems to be coming down the road, getting the benefit of them relies on cajoling, convincing, elbowing PJM into adequately reflecting them in its RPM model. And that's a problem. And it's historically been a problem. I mentioned earlier that there's a lot of evidence, there's a lot of analysis that has pointed to the ways in which energy efficiency that's already been done is being significantly undercounted in PJM's RPM model. They have traditionally underevaluated even demand response that can bid into the capacity market, and most demand response can't, because it's, especially under the current construct, which is capacity performance, a lot of demand response that could be available at certain times of the year to address resource adequacy issues, doesn't have the opportunity to bid into the RPM. And I'm not really sure what the answer to that is for you, other than to say that along with all these wonderful things that you can be doing that are within your remit, including potentially obligating retail licensees to hedge forward as a way to encourage resources to come into the market more quickly, is to come up with a way to, maybe something as blunt for us as an independent audit of PJM's RPM model, at least with respect to Maryland's load obligations, to make sure that what you expect the benefits of these programs to be are adequately reflected. Because at the moment, I can almost assure you they're not.
Oh.
Thank you. I just want to emphasize the point that's been made about resource adequacy, and a lot of the programs that are being talked about are recognizing that resource adequacy is about really the extreme events, right? It's about the peak in the summer. It's about a handful of really cold hours in the winter, especially hours where there's a significant drop in temperature, because that's where the mechanical issues arise when the temperature drop is extreme from one day to the next. And so I think load flexibility in general across all sectors is important, and we're going to need to look to ways to get that from the data centers as well, if we're going to be able to support the clean data economy that we're moving towards. So just want to support those comments that were made. Thank you.
And I'll actually agree with the last couple comments as well. Part of the solution is clearly ensuring that our capacity markets are valuing resources correctly. Part of that, and it's been alluded to, is the capacity markets have been very chilling from an energy efficiency perspective, and that is something that needs to be addressed and fixed. To the point about data centers, there was a fascinating report from the Secretary of Energy's Advisory Council over the summer that really pointed to, if you look at the grid awareness that data centers have, there's only a handful of examples where you do have kind of that capability to ramp up and down based on conditions on the grid. So that's areas where I know certainly DOE is looking at closely, EPRI is looking at closely, and we are as well. But finding those areas of additional demand response and demand flexibility are certainly key here as well.
Okay. So, Mr. Kavula, before you were an energy executive, in your youth, you used to sit up here.
Yeah.
So I want to take you back to that position and discuss with us about how we can go about embracing some of these suggestions that all of you have made regarding the sort of behavioral aspects, the demand response, time of use rates, and things like that, which, as was mentioned by an earlier person, has been undervalued not only by PJM, but also some other actors in this area who think that the only real solution is a steel solution, either transmission lines or power plants or things like that. And so, the concern that we face is how to deal with making sure that the resources are there to provide the electricity that people are needed, particularly in these extreme situations, which maybe happen rarely and only happen a little while. But I can tell you, lots of us sitting up here, saw what happened in Texas a couple of years ago and sure don't want to be in that situation here. And so how do we resist the, suggestion that we adopt this sort of bridge strategy of just allowing the existing distribution companies to build, just a little natural gas plant to help get us over this little hurdle until we get to the clean economy?
Well, that's a fine question. And I mean, it helps that you and your fellow PJM state, New Jersey, do have directly on-point experience with this very phenomenon in the not too distant past, where, merchant generation did not appear to be showing up in the PJM market, and frankly panicking. The commissions at that time instead authorized these contracts for differences that would lead to the construction of the natural gas plants that have been remarked upon earlier. In Maryland, the terms of those arrangements, the financial terms of those arrangements, have never been made public, are not public. In New Jersey, they are, and you can actually look at what CPV, the developer of those plants, would have been paid under the contract that was ultimately invalidated by the U.S. Supreme Court and compare it to the PJM market clearing prices, including for 2025-26. And in every single year of the forecast so far, so we're talking 10 years, the contract price exceeds the PJM market clearing price, even for this high-priced period. So, I came from a jurisdiction where the utility, unlike Will, who I will credit with being incredibly demure in response to Commissioner Suchman's questions, where the utility was always trying to ask, what big capital thing would you like us to build? We'll build you a pyramid down by the waterfront if you let us. And it really required a big sense of skepticism on the part of the Commission, I think, to push back against something that was obviously a deeply ingrained perverse incentive in cost of service regulation. And unfortunately, to your point, and to Commissioner Barve's point, the utility, once it makes a capital investment in, say, something like advanced metering infrastructure, does not necessarily does not have an innate incentive to use that to the full range of its capabilities. And so I think in a lot of jurisdictions, including in this one, even though PEPCO and BG have been leaders in demand response and AMI, you're still often working with, a smart grid that's actually pretty dumb. And all of the lofty promises that have been made about, activating the retail side, the demand side, in order to have a more flourishing, genuinely two-sided market, which is required if you want to discipline supply. You need an active demand side in any market, including in this one, just has not come to pass. And, some of that has been the lack of incentives for utilities. Some of it has been competitive retailers who should have evolved their business models long ago. So it gives us all something to think about. But I think the bottom line is, at this point, the departure point for the exercise of regulatory courage isn't encouraging my fellow panelists to just rate base a bunch of stuff, because they'll tell you when they want to. It's instead to give them that nudge to utilize AMI to actually have a more transformative effect on kind of the device level of residential consumers and in terms of rate design as well, where Maryland, despite its potential, has really lagged. So it's not easy, and I'm sympathetic too to the question of Commissioner Richard. It's like, well, what if people really don't like opt-out time of use rates? But I think with a program of education, you can achieve a result that looks a lot like jurisdictions like California, which have implemented this to customers are upset with their levels of rates, but they're actually not upset with the fact that they have some opportunity to empower themselves to shift their usage to other periods of time. That's actually something in a landscape of rising costs they're happy about, and I think so too here.
Okay, so anybody else on the panel that wants to offer any?
Right. Just one thought in terms of Mike Hogan's point about PJM needs to appropriately credit your demand side measures. I mean, this is just a brainstorm thought at this panel, but certainly I think that the discussion at the RTO level and the state level are often too siloed. And I do wonder if, as you are designing those programs, what if you invite PJM in? You say it's very important for us to get full credit for the capacity that this is going to create. So please tell us, what do you need? What would your, design situation, are there things we are doing that will cause you to discount this more? That might be one way to get better receptivity. I think at the same time, you also have to ask them for transparency around their methods, to have a discussion, to make sure that their methods are appropriately kind of taking into account both new programs and the programs you already have in the books. That might be one step.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
I just want to add one comment to Tom's comments about the RRI. And I think if I paraphrase Tom's comment, it's that the idea of an RRI, the idea of bringing shovel-ready projects forward, who can argue with that, right? It's part of queue reform. It's part of what you would do with queue reform. As proposed by PJM at the moment, it's problematic, very problematic actually. There is no magic to June 2029. If there's an urgent resource adequacy problem, it occurs long before June of 2029. And if it's beyond that, there are other options, more sort of system-wide options, systemic options, structural options for fixing that problem. For instance, the idea that you are on or not before June 2029 is not a gating issue. It's just a score. It's only 30% weighting in the selection of projects. So, I think there's work to be done on RRI before I would encourage you to support it. Support the idea, absolutely. The details, big problems.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and thank all of you who traveled to get here to talk to us. We appreciate everything you told us. So.
Thank you.
So why don't we move to panel 5, and all right, so we'll take a 5-minute break while we're changing out the.
5 minutes good for you? Yeah.
Okay, back on the record for panel 5, and why don't we just, although I know you've introduced yourself once, but go ahead. Do it again, so.
Damon Krieger. I did have to actually handwrite my first, but luckily I found the old one. So Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative.
We can't see it anyway.
Okay. I don't know if I can either.
Yeah, Fred Kelly, Deputy Director of Power Plant Research Program. Good afternoon, Bill Fields, Office of People's Counsel.
Dan Hurley with the Commission Technical Staff.
Okay. So, I started with you, right? No. So,
Yeah, go-
Kumar.
go-
Yeah.
go-
Okay. All right. Okay, then, Mr. Richard, go right ahead. So,
Okay.
try to give everybody a chance of.
We could do
going
rock,
first.
paper, scissors.
That's true. Yeah, we could do that.
Well, this is the wrap-up panel here, and so I think you're going to largely help us just to think about all that we've heard today, and really kind of what are you thinking are our take-homes. I mean, there were a couple things I know were raised by staff, and that is our statutory authority. I think you specifically talked about, and is it 7? Anyway, the public utility article with the number I can't remember right now, it's in the SOS, Center Offer Service context, but do we already have authority if we wanted to go in the route of, enabling utilities to own some generation or some, assets, and what are the Hughes versus Talon issues? I think from OPC standpoint, there were concerns raised in your testimony, your comments, really about needing information, being more insight, more transparency from PJM. Did you feel like you got that today? I would be interested to hear a little more from PPRP, Mr. Kelly, about Director Kelly. I'm sorry, about really, what are the successes you were having, with the transmission planning. You said you were moving forward with streamlining, and is that the right direction to go, or should we be really looking at making sure that whatever we're reviewing, is it supportive of Maryland, goals, policies? Should we be, putting more requirements for us to consider when we look at those, and then, the utility perspective? So anyway, I guess I can ask all my questions all at once, but why don't we start with you, Mr. Hurley?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So, with respect to the Commission's authority, staff believes the Commission does have authority to permit or command utilities to have generation. I think it's kind of in a broader statute. It's really more about a reliability issue, a resilience issue, more than the market manipulation issue that was brought up in Talent. So, short answer, yes, staff believes that Commission has that authority.
Okay. And for all of you, I guess the one last question too, what were some of the good ideas you heard today? What are the most actionable ideas that were on the table? So,
Sure. I think, as we talked about, the low-hanging fruit became the least of these causes. But yeah, I think storage is really ripe to be moved forward, and with the goals set forth by the General Assembly a couple years ago, I think we're on track to at least try to reach those goals. It's very movable, scalable, so it can be done quicker than trying to build some new generation, whether it be a gas or modular nuclear. So I think storage is really a prime opportunity. I also think that some kind of comprehensive planning moving forward is definitely a need with all stakeholder involvement. To really try to figure out the future plan of how we're going to move forward as we try to reach our greenhouse gas goals, our energy goals, our climate goals, at the same time of expanding the electrification and expanding load that we see coming in the future. So I think it's very important to have that kind of stakeholder process. Similar to what we did with PC44 back in 2016, we did the grid modernization. We could probably move forward in a similar mode or similar angle. We can get a full stakeholder involvement in that process.
Okay, and before we move down the table, we still have one legislator in the room, Delegate Charkoudian, and we had several in the House today. Anything specifically that you could provide to those legislators, things that they might want to consider in the upcoming session? Anything that
Yeah, I think preliminarily speaking, I think these are ideas with merit, and I think obviously when these bills are proposed, we'll take a review at that as the staff, as our staff comments that we pass on to the commission for your involvement in the hearing process. I would note that, kind of traditionally in the past, as I've been with the commission almost 19 years, as the commission has been given more and more authority, beyond just the, distribution utility rates. In the past, we've kind of not been given the resources needed to apply those standards. Now, this past year, we have received a lot of resources, so we're in good shape going forward, but those resources that are in the current process of hiring are kind of earmarked for specific tasks and items already. So if we're going to move to some of these more integrated resource planning type of work, that would require the commission staff, if it comes through the commission staff, is going to require, almost probably a new division. We're going to need, I don't have a good idea of how many people. It could be 4 people, could be more, but we're going to need software resources for forecasting. Excel doesn't quite get us to where we need to go if we're going to be looking at this integrated resource planning and this complex modeling that would be required for staff. And then we would need the resources as well. So there's several personnel, hardware, software resources that would be required as this comes into play.
Thank you. Mr. Fields.
Thank you. I think my primary impression from the discussion, and it does go back to the comments, as you mentioned, Commissioner, is the need for gathering of more information, because the details really matter here in identifying what problem you're trying to solve. Are you trying to deal with a local short-term issue, and what's the magnitude of it? Or are you really in a situation where it's a PJM-wide longer-term issue, and then thinking about what solutions you might want to work on through that lens to say, well, what exact problem are we trying to deal with? And the kind of information that I'm thinking about, I think the commission is well positioned to work with PJM, to work with the utilities, to gather information on the potential load growth from data centers, for example. We heard a little bit about what the utilities, from Exelon Utilities, what they're seeing. I can tell you from participating in the PJM process that there is not much transparency there. There's a couple slides about, here's what the utility is wants to put in the large load adjustments, and a few numbers and a few bullet points. There really isn't there's not a discussion of exactly how they're vetting those forecasts, those projects, to see what they're going to put into that process, into the PJM forecast. PJM doesn't have rule. I mean, I heard, obviously they're saying they're working closely with the utilities, but they don't have any written rules or processes on how they would do that. So the rest of us can understand what's actually getting in the forecast and what's not, and evaluate whether we think that's reasonable or not. So I think there's a lot of good information that could be gathered there. And I mean, I don't know exactly what happened with the meeting today, as far as maybe there was a little bit more information presented, but you're talking about a stakeholder meeting with 100 people on the phone, and they're going through many slides in a day, and you're lucky if you get to ask one question. So there's not a lot of transparency there on how that's happening in the PJM forecast. But I think you could ask some questions of at least our local utilities and say, what projects do you have in Maryland? How are you vetting them as far as putting them in the forecast? Transmission capability would be another issue. You could work with PJM on to say, well, we can look at the parameters for the base residual auction that just happened in the summer, and say, well, what's the load what was the resource requirement for BGE, for example, how much transmission capability was available, and the real big question is, we know a lot of transmission projects are on the books to get built, and it's a big question of, well, how much additional transmission capacity is going to come in, how much additional transmission capacity is there going to be from those lines, and where does that leave us with the maybe not 26, 27, but 27, 28, 28, 29, those auctions. What does that situation look like for the BGE zone, for the PEPCO zone? Do we have a constraint there or not when we see how much these lines are really going to produce? PJM hasn't, provided those numbers yet. We've asked through the stakeholder, context, and we haven't gotten answers yet. The commission might have some better luck posing those kind of questions to say, we need to understand this, to say, well, what is this really going to look like from as far as a local reliability perspective, 3, 4, 5 years out, with all of this transmission that's on the books to get built. You can also gather data on the queue process. We heard various things throughout the day about it's going to take till 2026 to come out of the queue, but then we heard there's a lot of megawatts that have come out that have not been built, and then some more are going to come out. Putting that information together in one place, I think would be extremely helpful, not only for the discussion here at the commission, but also to inform the legislature of what the situation really looks like. I'm sure the legislature is getting lots of information from lots of places, and I'd posit that the commission might be might have an opportunity to provide some good facts on what's really happening out there. Last response to one of your questions, as far as actionable items, I think trying to bump up demand response and get more megawatts out of that would be a near-term thing that the commission would be worth the commission's effort to focus on, as well as trying to encourage storage as well. Especially the DR topic, getting those megawatts recognized in RPM is definitely an issue. The price responsive demand is BGE and PEPCO, and I think Delmarva utilize that to reflect their air conditioning cycling and thermostat cycling programs. I think they're the only utilities in all of PJM that even have managed to do that. So it's been a struggle to get something that specifically gets that recognized in the PJM market. Otherwise, you're talking about working load reductions into the load forecast, and there's 30 years of data and things to sort of take a long time to work in. But so I think those things, I'll leave it at that for now. So really, the demand response and the storage would be the immediate action items.
Right. Actually, let me follow up on that last point. So there was a suggestion made for the previous panel that if we embark on this situation of trying to increase demand response, and if we adopt some version of the Kavula lap time of use rate ideas, that we invite the PJM folks in to say, what is it we need to do to convince you to give this credit? Given the fact you've had probably more FaceTime with PJM than anybody else in the room, I guess I want to know from you, do you think that actually could work? And I'm not saying it because I'm disparaging PJM and the fact that they won't pay attention to it, but is the problem the attitude on the part of PJM folks, or is the problem the structure of PJM with the committees and all that, as far as trying to get them to recognize the value of an accelerated behavioral response program on our part?
Right. I mean, I think that I think it's a worthwhile discussion. As I said, to their credits, our utilities have managed to deal with those PRD rules and get something, recognized. It is going to be a challenging discussion because the PJM is going to be coming at it from from their rules perspective, and you might have to endeavor to try to get some rules changed, which is not an easy process, but it might have to go something that gets accelerated to try to get something before FERC to say that something needs to change here, to get some rules that really recognize what's going on.
Okay, thanks.
Moving on to Kelly, Mr. Kelly, or Director Kelly, I'm sorry. But I have to tell you, I was a little surprised when I first read the OPC comments on that, because I always thought of you as being on the insiders, and as the OPC representative, the states were kind of just the ones looking in. So, I definitely want to work with the chairman and obviously Morris to see if maybe we can figure out if there's a better approach to trying to encourage Team Maryland here to get the PJM information we need, and perhaps it's a conversation between CAPS, and OPSI too, Organization of PJM States,
Sure.
to see if we can, because I know I often hear the same complaints from within that we need more information, that there needs to be more transparency. So there may be some commonality. We can join forces and see if we can go to PGM and express what we need
happy
from them.
to talk about that.
So anyway, Mr. Kelly, Dr.
Yeah,
Director
I
Kelly.
was going to follow on with that. I think one of the important points was the planning aspect that I'd heard articulated several times, even on this side here, is that I think that having a state emphasized planning exercise, and not just planning for a particular time frame, but maybe getting a process in place where you can keep planning year after year. Having participated in an economic study of generation in Maryland, RPS study, it just seemed like we were rushing to complete the study to one endpoint, and then that information is already practically obsolete at this point. When we did that study, there was no recognition of data centers at that point. So advocating for something, getting those processes in place so that you can get answers year after year. I heard a lot of dissatisfaction with the PJM processes. I typically join the TAC meetings, the Transmission Expansion Advisory Committee meetings, to learn about projects that Maryland will be facing down the road. And there's, I think, a lot of, it's very limiting in how I think Bill Fields referred to it in terms of engagement. There's 100 more people on the call. There's very little discussion about any particular project. I think the issue that I have with it is that, PJM in one meeting will present, the roots of the problem. They'll have some maps up showing flows of energy. The next meeting, a month later, they'll start drawing lines on maps. These are the things they've put it out for proposal. Then they start putting lines on maps. I think there's a point there that if PJM knows, gets information, they put out a bid, they get solicitations back, and they have an understanding that significant lines are going to be affecting a state, I think there's probably a milestone in there where they could have dialogue with that state. That might be a FERC process that Bill Tyke referred to. Because, when PJM brings those projects forward, they said awards them. It's like, we're not awarding that specific project on the map. We're just saying, identifying two places, and you've got to interconnect between them. People see those maps, and it gets them all worked up. So I think that there should be an element, and I'm hoping that the Order 1920, the process involved there with long-term regional transmission planning, that might go a long way towards having a more holistic or top-down view of transmission planning. Because from our perspective, PPRP and handling transmission line review and getting out in front of these things as they come to town, it's very difficult engaging with public meetings. And we try to engage at the local level. public level as needed. But our job is to coordinate the state's review of a project, and so we can only take that so far. We have sat down with public interest groups that are affected by these projects, but first off, we have to say that what we tell you or what we come up with, you may not entirely agree with. Just try to be as transparent as possible. As far as our review processes and streamlining, there's a balance there as well. We try to address all of the issues that we think that are going to be coming up in the certainly addressing all of the technical issues underpinning a condition, a license condition that we're proffering. But we also want to address things that may not be underscoring a condition, but they gather public interest, like EMF effects, those sorts of things. So in streamlining our review, we're trying to just get down to the bare bones of how we respond to those things, so that we're not taking up a lot of paper, making a lot of paper or filing a lot of significant filings. But that goes, if you don't go far enough, then you leave some questions unanswered. And we're kind of facing that now with some cases that are getting more, and especially if a case is controversial, you'll get more questions. So we're kind of going to the other side now, that we're being called back more often to respond to questions. And so it's a balancing test. And we've taken that pretty far with respect to community scale solar, 5 megawatts or less. We've had good efficiency there. Now we're trying to apply it to transmission line cases, but I'm sure it'll be much more efficacious for rebuilds and the like. But a project like the one we're not supposed to talk about, that probably won't go that far. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, very, very insightful. It is surprising, given that we're the CPCN licensing authority, to hear that the entity of the state that we look to for that full review for the position of the numerous state agencies is having this kind of difficulty getting the information you need.
We're having a different kind of resource adequacy issue.
Okay, right.
All of the folks that we have a small team, but we have good technical support with contracts with consultants that do a lot of the heavy lifting, the technical write-up on issues, and they are, we're spending out those contracts quite rapidly, and we hope to be in front of the Board of Public Works tomorrow to continue one of those. So, knock on wood.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Good afternoon. So I'll address your what I think was a direct legal question, just in terms of authority. So, and as a cooperative, we're positioned slightly different. So our enabling statute, the Electric Cooperative Act, authorizes cooperatives to own, construct, manage generation facilities. So we have that authority already. The provision that was, I think, has been referenced earlier today is specific to investor-owned utilities. So there's a slight difference there, and that provision is about requiring the investor-owned utilities to construct. Ours is about empowering us to do so. We also actually own generation. So through a subsidiary, we have about a 5.5 megawatt solar facility. So we do have generation. What's important I think the takeaway from that is we were able to construct it because the economics penciled out, largely due to a significant subsidy that was in place as part of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, 2008. Sorry, I had to remember. And so the economics are challenging to pencil out in some of these facilities. So when we talk about going back to utility-owned generation, it does start with the economics and the cost-effectiveness of those. I do think what Mr. Lapp indicated earlier about the risk of over-investment and also investing in immature technology is very much something that we should keep front and center in mind. We don't want, certainly as a cooperative, we don't want to spend money that doesn't end up being cost-effective for our customer members. That's not going to work out well from a long-term perspective. And so affordability is top of mind, as is reliability. But so just in terms of the legal question, I think there is a distinction, but an important one, as between cooperatives and investor-owned utilities. As to the other issues, certainly a lot of I think high-level philosophical approaches were touched upon today, all of which were very important. At the end of the day, I do think the more people we can get to the table to have these discussions is important. So the notion of inviting PJM to a work group, to be an active participant in a work group proceeding, seems to make a lot of sense. There's a lot of knowledge there, and they're a key factor, in making sure that we have sufficient value for the investments that we're all making in the state of Maryland, and ensure that they're being recognized. And demand response, we have very robust demand response programs in place. All the utilities do, and certainly SMECO does. It's the question of, are they scaled sufficiently? And I think one probably aspect of demand response that we haven't really touched upon is it certainly depends upon the customer. Right now, they are opt-in programs. We don't require participation in demand response. And so the incentive has to be sufficient to encourage customers to participate. As I think everybody appreciates, there are many customers that may have opted into these programs, but when the temperature goes too high or too low, and there's an event called, they're going to opt out of that specific event because comfort matters, and there may be other, aspects in play. And so demand response is an incredibly valuable resource, and we want to make sure that we get full value for our investment. And that I do think that it's important to have those conversations with PJM to ensure that we understand the parameters to get the full valuation. But we also need to think of it from the customer perspective, in that there may be a reason, and we need to ask, well, why are some customers not as encouraged to participate in these programs? But we are certainly, at SMECO, working hard to scale up our programs to ensure maximum participation. So I'll pause there. Hopefully that answered your
Yeah, it's
question.
good. Thank you very much again, all, for being here, and let me turn this over to my colleagues.
Mr. Sushman.
Okay, so last panel, right? It's really exciting. You get to go home. Us too. So, Mr. Hurley, let me just be clear about what you mean in terms of staff determining the commission has authority to direct that investor-owned utilities build generation. Is that's not for SOS purposes? That's for reliability purposes? Is that?
My understanding is that one of the reasons that the Talon decision was made was because we were kind of affecting the wholesale markets, whereas if the commission's directing generation based on reliability, that's not going to should not be affecting the wholesale markets and should be within our authority.
Okay, and that's just our general reliability authority, or is there, because there is a specific provision in PUA relating to utilities being able to satisfy their SOS requirements, and that could be an investment in generation. But what you're saying is that utilities have authority beyond that, or we have authority beyond that to require that they build generation for reliability purposes.
I believe that is correct. I will also check with my counsel.
Okay.
And we'll get back to you.
All right, and to the extent that you can also determine what that means in terms of pricing of that generation, can utilities be restricted in where they can sell that generation? For example, once they build generation, are they allowed to sell it into the PJM market? And then who has jurisdiction over that? I think it's all going to raise kind of thorny issues, but to the extent that you have some thinking on that would be really helpful. So you believe that the commission has the authority to order generation. Do you think that the commission also has the authority to order storage?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not just authorizing that storage be built, but we can actually tell utility, you need to build storage. And it could be either, do we have authority to tell them to build storage on, I think probably we have authority to do that on the distribution system. Do we also have authority to tell utilities to build storage on transmission lines that they own?
I believe if they own the transmission lines, then we have that authority to direct that storage on a transmission line.
Okay. And once they build transmission on the lines, who has jurisdiction in terms of energy that's stored in the storage facility, in the battery?
my understanding would be that that would be the utility to have the ability to discharge and charge that storage as needed.
Yeah, but is that jurisdictional to us or to
Yes.
FERC,
I think it would be jurisdictional to us.
even though it's on the transmission line? If you have some thinking about the jurisdictional,
Yeah, let me check with our council on that as well.
that would be good. So for the rest of you, we have, unless you have, Mr. Fields, if you'd like to weigh in terms of what I just asked Mr. Hurley.
Yeah, as far as if you're talking about storage on the transmission system, I think you could direct the utility to enter into those kind of arrangements, and then as far as jurisdiction over it, the compensation to the utility for that would come from whatever process and whatever arrangements you approved for that resource. Now that resource would have to interact with the wholesale markets, and as has been said before, you have to be careful about how that contract is set up, so that you don't cross over a preemption line and require that the utility require that the resource have any particular result from participating in the market. Like the CPV contract said, the resource would only get paid for capacity under the contract if it actually cleared the market for that year, and that was a problem. The court called that tying to the wholesale results, and that was unacceptable. So, I mean, there's been other cases where there have been contracts that are structured a little different, but it's still an amount of compensation to the resource that is set through the state process of, whether preferably it's some kind of competitive process to say, how much do I have to pay you to build this thing?
Right. So, Mr. Fields, I think this may be a complicated issue.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. So if you could take it back, my guess is that it's going to come up as an issue, and so any thoughts that OPC and perhaps others, and this could include those who are not on the panel, if you have thoughts about where jurisdiction lies in terms of battery storage on a transmission line ordered by us, that would be really helpful. So we have this distribution system planning process proceeding already in play. And we've had some conversation today about engaging further in that process. Do we need to do more than what we have already going on? I'm very mindful of the multiple proceedings that we have in play, and our own limited resources. And so, for example, do we need to look at the distribution system planning process proceeding now in place and add to it? So, for example, do we want to add participation by PJM? I'm not sure if that's, and Mr. Fields, I don't know if you are, Mr. Hurley, Mr. Krieger, I don't know if any of you are involved in the work group. That's okay. Is that something that, do we need to go back to that proceeding and see if there is something that we need to add to account for the conversation that we had today? Yes, please.
I had to try it once.
And it doesn't stay up, and I also can't read it, so. Right.
In any event, so yes, I have been a part of the 9665 and the work group associated with distribution system planning. We have, there was a work group report that was filed, so I think it's at the conclusion of the directed phases. So, but I agree, there could be an opportunity to insert this topic as another point of conversation within the work group and invite additional interested parties like PJM to
Okay,
participate.
so
in
maybe
the
this is
conversation.
just something, we just sort of put a pin in this and just remember that this may be another opportunity to sort of engage in the process of sort of looking forward and seeing what we need.
Yeah, it is a topic that probably goes beyond distribution system planning in its true core sense.
Right.
Because we're looking at a bigger, broader.
Well, I mean, and
But yes.
and we've talked about the challenges of siloing. So you're only looking at distribution, or you're only looking at transmission, and they interrelate and they're interdependent. So so that would be a good thing. Now, in terms of energy efficiency and demand response, I think we sort of have universal agreement that these are good things, and we should do more of them. Is there a value in terms of recognizing the value of energy efficiency and demand response in terms of avoiding distribution system build out, so that we're talking about recognizing the value of demand response in terms of being able to bid into the PJM capacity market, but is there also, are we missing additional value in terms of avoiding distribution system build out? And so is there an opportunity to be able to price that as a way of encouraging utility engagement in demand response, or customer engagement where there's an additional value to their participation? Mr. Hurley, did you enjoy that?
I
Sort
did.
of, okay.
That was a lot of fun. I might
Okay.
see if it stays.
Good.
So under the Empower cost effectiveness analysis, we do have an avoided cost for transmission and distribution that's calculated into the cost effectiveness of the Empower programs.
Okay.
So
it is.
we do account for that.
Okay.
Now, on the distribution side, it gets a little bit trickier for avoided costs because there could be, we have some of the bill stabilization adjustments and things like that that kind of will claw back some of those savings. But overall, there is a avoided cost for T&D and capacity.
Well, I guess the question is there? I'm not sure if it was you who said we have this Empower program. Maybe we can piggyback onto that. It might have been you or somebody else, but is there an opportunity to perhaps do more than what we're doing under the Empower program to really recognize the value, the true value of demand response in terms of avoiding, not just avoiding distribution system buildup, but also helping to relieve constraints on feeder lines?
Sure. So over the life of the program for Empower, I think it's around $14 billion of energy costs have been saved over the life of that program, which, it's billions of kilowatt hours of avoided usage. So if we didn't have the Empower programs, we'd have, X amount more demand and need for the supply that we don't have, that we haven't needed for, the life of this program.
All right.
So that is recognized. Not sure how well it's recognized. And I think also on the demand response side, so initially the Empower programs, the goals were a demand savings goal and an energy savings goal was 15% by 2015 on a per capita basis. So those two programs kind of came together, the demand response side and the energy efficiency side were kind of together with that common goal. As we reached that goal in 2015 and we moved to a 2% electricity reduction goal, we kind of had our demand response programs were kind of, they weren't like, we were still marketing, they weren't really growing, they kind of reached their capacity. We kind of had a goal of about 40% of customers would be participating in those programs, and they were. So since about 2016, the demand response programs have kind of held steady. Our megawatt savings have been pretty consistent. We do have that capacity if there is an emergency called, that we can knock down 400 megawatts if all the devices are hit at once without people opting out. But generally, if there is an emergency, they can't opt out during an emergency.
Okay. So, Director Kelly, when you're looking, when you're sort of looking at the transmission proposals that are coming before you, do you look at whether there were sort of opportunities to capture that need through energy efficiency and demand response? Is that part of the calculus?
It's mostly citing alternatives, but I think in more recent discussions we've been hosting pretty regular pre-application discussions with developers, and I think other parties have also asked for those sorts of alternatives to be addressed.
Okay, so this is sort of a new area of consideration.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Mr. Fields, you have a...
Yeah, that's an area. Thank you. That's an area that we've struggled with the PJM process. You know, when PJM sees a sees a need for or you know sees a violation on the system, and they look to see, well, how can we fix it? They will look at say, well, is there a project in the queue at the end of the queue process that will resolve this problem, or at least help to resolve it. But that's the only kind of a generation type of solution that they'll be looking at, or any kind of resource.
So they'll only look at what's steel in the ground.
Well, or something that's very close to that.
Okay.
But transmission, on the other hand, they will consider that always immediately available because they can plan for it. So, you know, any transmission solution is sort of automatically available to them, but for a resource solution, it's only what's a plan, you know, a project that's sort of already been presented to them and is in the queue and ready to come out. So, I mean, to us, that's a mismatch. That's not getting the ultimate, you know, as much benefit from PJM planning as customers could get.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Barbe.
I only have one question. It's for Dan. Did I hear you correctly that during a weather emergency, customers don't have the ability to opt out? Is that what you said?
If PGM declares an emergency on the system, then the customers can't opt out. I don't think PGM's called an emergency in Maryland in 10 years. Most of the responses are economic responses that respond to market prices, and customers have the ability to opt out when it's an economic response.
Which is 99.9% of the time.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's it.
So, Director Kelly, when Mr. Hurley was talking about the potential of bringing back the IRP process, and he talked about the resources the commission had to devote to that, if memory serves me, the people that did the heavy lifting in that process involved not only the commission and the affected utility, but also PPRP. Now I know, you know, your work has now shifted away from that, since we don't do that anymore from the 99 Act, and you're now deeply involved in the dealing with all the siting applications, you know, particularly the renewable ones. But if IRP comes back in some manner or form, I fully suspect that, you know, your agency is going to be tasked with a big chunk of that. And have you given thoughts about how you need to kind of restructure to deal with that?
I think technically we would be able to meet that. I mean, participate, and as he was stating that, I was thinking, oh, that would probably be something we would want to tie into and you know, participate in. As a matter of resources, we'd have to work that out. I know with this coming legislative session, there's talk of getting additional funds through the Environmental Trust Fund, raising the rate there. That hasn't come to pass yet, but we get our annual appropriation. We have to decide how we're going to spend that. And if this is part of, you know, if we write it into the scope of work for the contract, it's probably the economics contract. Yeah, we would allocate funding for that.
Okay. And as he mentioned earlier, you know, there had been this problem where, you know, the General Assembly would ask this agency to do newer and different things, and wouldn't necessarily provide the resources, but they now have actually made that connection between, if they're going to ask us to do new things and different things, they actually need to give us people to do the new things and the different things. And they've actually been pretty responsive to that in the last few years. So I'm hopeful that, you know, if a situation comes your way, that they'll be similarly responsive to addressing the idea that if they're going to put this burden back on you,
Right.
that they give you the ability to hire people or contract folks to take this on. Can't think of anything else. No, I think everybody else kind of covered everything I was thinking about. So, I guess the other thought, though, back to my earlier discussion with you, Mr. Fields, any thoughts about if we involve PJM? How do we go about doing that? Is that what level of discussion should we have with them, and if there are impediments to them participating because of the way they're organizationally set up, that we need to get somebody else to, fix that problem. I guess we'd like some suggestions on that too, because we've been, like you, pretty active at FERC in trying to deal with all these issues. So, but I am concerned that that we not spend a lot of time and effort on a state-based effort in that area that doesn't lead to any real recognition by them, because it almost seems like not worth the effort. But if we can get recognition by them of what we do here as contributing to the resource adequacy issue, then I think it's something we want to look at. So.
Yeah, I think we could start by asking them some questions and trying to get some specific answers. And as you said, or maybe Commissioner Richards said, if we ask as a group, that could help smooth the process along.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, I am aware of the fact that Pennsylvania was having a similar meeting like this, and Virginia either did or is having a similar meeting. So I suspect we'll reach out to them and try to see if there's ideas that generated within the three jurisdictions that maybe we can all get together and sort of approach PJM on that would help all of us. So. Okay, well, I thank everybody for sticking around today, and this was all very helpful to us, and we look forward to continuing the discussion. So with that, we're adjourned.
Yeah.